Chapter 1. The Arrival at Ravenswood Manor. The late summer sun cast long, languid shadows across the rolling lawn of Ravenswood Manor, its rays gilding the tops of ancient oaks and bathing the venerable brick facade in a honeyed glow. A gentle breeze carried the faint scent of lavender and honeysuckle through the air, offering a hint of serenity that belied the undercurrent of tension pulsing just beneath the surface. It was in these dusky, golden moments of the afternoon that the little black motor car, its engine murmuring softly, rolled through the ornate wrought-iron gates of the estate and made its way up the gravel drive, crunching through tiny stones with each turn of its wheels. Inside the car sat two companions, the portly Belgian detective Hercule Poirot, his neat waxed moustache impeccably styled in its distinctive droplet shape, and Captain Arthur Hastings, whose ever-faithful devotion to his friend and chronicler of their adventures lent him the demeanour of a man both curious and slightly apprehensive. Poirot sat upright, his lean frame dressed in a charcoal-grey suit that contrasted sharply with the crisp whiteness of his starched collar. In one hand he held a small notebook, ink-edged and ordered, into which he occasionally jotted brief notes in his careful, precise handwriting. Hastings, wearing a tweed jacket and a patterned tie that had been carefully chosen for the occasion, glanced around the car's interior, his eyes bright with expectation. "Mon ami," Poirot began in his clipped, deliberate tone, eyes still focused on the vista beyond the window, "do you not find that the air here at Ravenswood feels charged with mystery?" He tapped the notebook thoughtfully, as though making a mental calculation of every nuance. "One might almost say that the very breeze whispers secrets as it passes through these storied oaks. I expect that we are on the verge of something most extraordinary." Hastings chuckled softly, though a flicker of unease passed across his brow. "You always do see the extraordinary in the most ordinary situations, Poirot. But I confess I, too, feel an unusual tension. I wonder, is it the history of this place? Something that happened in the past? Or perhaps something, or someone, still lurking in the shadows?" Poirot's small dark eyes glittered with amusement. "Ah, mon cher Hastings, the heart of the matter is always a tapestry woven of many threads. We shall see once we meet our host, and perhaps inspect the cabinet that has occasioned our presence here. Let us not forget that Miss Eliza Groom called upon me most urgently, and her appeal, I am told, was of an alarming nature." Hastings nodded gravely as the car came to a stately halt in front of the grand entrance. A footman, standing rigidly, at attention beneath the pillared portico, stepped forward to open the door. Poirot adjusted his hat, rose from his seat, and descended with the elegance of a man accustomed to such ceremonious arrivals. Hastings followed, and the two men offered brief greetings to the footman, before stepping across the threshold into Ravenswood Manor's grand foyer. The interior of the house was a testament to a bygone age. High ceilings adorned with plaster mouldings, walls decorated with muted damask paper in shades of cream and gold, and a wide marble staircase that spiralled upward, its banister of dark wood richly carved with intricate floral motifs. Portraits of ancestors, stern-faced gentlemen in powdered wigs and brocade coats, and ladies in silk gowns that spoke of another century, hung at intervals along the walls, their painted eyes seemingly following each step that Poirot and Hastings took. "Remarkable," murmured Hastings, his voice hushed. I can almost feel the weight of history here. How many generations of the Ravenswood family must have walked these halls?" Poirot gave his companion a wry smile. "Too many, perhaps, Hastings. The longer a family's history, the greater the likelihood of secrets buried deep in the past. And speaking of secrets, let us not linger among these portraits. We have been invited to the library." They were indeed not left to their own devices for long. A matronly housekeeper, Mrs. Pennington, appeared from an adjacent corridor, her apron crisply pressed, her posture straight as a rod. With a polite but firm air, she offered her hand to Poirot. "Mr. Poirot, Captain Hastings," she said, in a voice that was both warm and stately. "Miss Groom awaits you in the library. Please follow me." She guided them through a pair of oak doors carved with stylized birds in flight. Raven feathers, perhaps, though they were rendered in a subtle abstract pattern. The corridor beyond was lined with bookshelves that reached nearly to the ceiling, housing volumes whose spines bore gilt lettering, histories of local gentry, tomes on ornithology, and dusty volumes of poetry by long-forgotten scribes. A small globe lamp diffused a gentle radiance over the polished wood. At the far end of the corridor, Mrs. Pennington paused before another set of doors. "Through here, if you please." Pushing the doors open, they entered a walnut-panelled library of impressive proportions. Tall windows on the far wall allowed shafts of sunlight to filter through velvet drapes of deep burgundy, illuminating the room in a warm glow. A selection of low bookshelves encircled the room, and in the centre stood an ornate mahogany desk strewn with papers, inkpots, and several open volumes. Beyond the desk, a tall glass-fronted cabinet dominated one corner, its shelves filled with an array of intricately carved wooden birds, each painted with an astonishing realism that made them appear almost alive. Seated behind the desk was a young woman, her expression distracted, her brow furrowed as she balanced a quill in her hand. Her hair, the colour of burnished copper, was pulled into a loose knot at the nape of her neck, and a single strand had escaped to brush her slender cheek. She looked up as they entered, rising to her feet with a swiftness born of urgency. "Miss Groom?" Poirot inquired, extending his hand courteously. "Yes, Mr. Poirot, Captain Hastings," she replied, her voice tinged with relief. "Thank you for coming on such short notice. Please sit." She motioned toward two high-backed chairs upholstered in dark green leather. Poirot and Hastings seated themselves, and Mrs. Pennington, silently efficient, withdrew to stand just within earshot. Once alone, Miss Groom took a breath and pressed, her fingers together as though gathering her thoughts. "I apologize for my distress," she began, her hazel eyes glistening with worry. "You see, this cabinet of birds, has been in my family for generations. My late father was a passionate ornithologist, and he commissioned these carvings to commemorate rare birds he encountered during his travels. When he passed away last autumn, the cabinet was left to me. It arrived here at Ravenswood Manor only 2 days ago, having been transported from our home in Kent." She paused, glancing toward the cabinet as though expecting it to communicate in some unspoken way. "But ever since its arrival, something peculiar has been happening. I am convinced that the cabinet conceals a secret, something that belonged to my father, something perhaps he meant for me to find, but never told me about. Strange noises echo from within its glass doors late at night, faint rustlings, as though wings beating against the wood. And yesterday morning I found the miniature carving of a willow warbler, the smallest bird in my father's collection, lying face down on the desk, its perch slightly loosened. I know I placed it upright when the cabinet was last touched. I cannot shake the feeling that someone has been tampering with it." Hastings leaned forward with genuine concern. "But have you spoken to anyone else, someone in the household or the estate staff, about these noises or about the misplacement of the carving?" Miss Groom shook her head, her curls bobbing lightly. "No, I was afraid they might attribute my concerns to grief or fanciful imagination, but I cannot ignore these signs. They trouble me deeply. Father was a meticulous man. He would not have left anything to chance. If there is a hidden compartment or a puzzle in the cabinet, he surely intended me to uncover it. Yet, I confess, I am at a loss." Poirot steepled his fingers beneath his chin, eyes fixed upon Miss Groom. "Mademoiselle, your distress is entirely understandable. You say that faint noises emanate from the cabinet, the sound of wings beating, though there are, of course, no live birds within." "Yes," she replied, her voice quivering. "It sounds as if some concealed mechanism is shifting behind the sculptures, and whenever I draw too near, the sound ceases." Poirot raised one delicate eyebrow. "Intriguing. And yesterday you discovered the carving of a willow warbler, displaced from its perch, lying face down upon the desk, when you removed the cabinet from your father's home. Was it packed carefully?" "Very carefully," she assured him. "My father had instructed the movers to wrap each bird individually, ensuring none would be scratched or chipped. The cabinet arrived intact. Yet, when I examined the birds, some appeared to have shifted ever so slightly, as though nudged by an unseen hand." The detective's eyes flicked toward the cabinet once more. The glass front was clear and unmarred, revealing the birds arrayed in neat rows against a backdrop of velvet. Green, each carved with startling realism. A golden eagle poised in flight, a nightingale perched on a blossoming branch, a puffin with its prodigious bill turned elegantly to one side. Each piece was a miniature work of art, worthy of a curator's admiration. "How many birds are there in total, mademoiselle?" Poirot inquired quietly. Miss Groom counted with her slender fingers, eyes downcast. 28 in total, each representing a bird my father encountered in his travels over the past 30 years. Some, like the Himalayan pheasant and the albatross, are quite rare. Others are common to British woodlands. But all hold memories for me, and I suspect for him. Poirot's lips curved into a wry smile. Memories indeed can be potent. It is not beyond possibility that your father desired to conceal something, a coded message perhaps, or an heirloom concealed within one of these carvings. The rustling you hear might be the delicate workings of a hidden spring, placed to open a secret compartment when touched in just the right sequence. Miss Groom's eyes widened. "A sequence?" "Yes," Poirot confirmed. "Your father was a man of science, an ornithologist who carefully documented his discoveries. He would understand precision, method, and the value of secrets. If he intended to create a puzzle, he likely crafted a mechanism within the cabinet, accessible only by manipulating the carvings in a specific order, perhaps based on migratory patterns or the chronology of his journeys. Are there any inscriptions, dates or clues On the cabinet itself. Miss Groom rose, approaching the glass-fronted piece with reverent caution. Poirot and Hastings rose as well, following closely behind. As she reached up, Miss Groom turned a small brass key in a lock just beneath the glass. The doors swung open, silently releasing a faint musty scent of oiled wood. She withdrew her hand and motioned toward the shelves. On the lower left-hand corner of the cabinet, she explained, there is a small brass plaque bearing my father's name and the date June 14th, 1891. On the opposite side, the right corner has another inscription, To my beloved Eliza, may this guide you always. But there are no other visible markings. Poirot examined the plaque with a keen eye, tracing his finger along its polished surface. A dedication perhaps more sentimental than instructive. Let us examine the birds themselves. Hastings, would you please fetch a small stool from the corner so that I may have a better vantage point? Hastings nodded and retrieved a wooden stool richly carved with tested-in motifs. Poirot positioned it directly before the cabinet, elevating himself to better see the topmost perches. With gloved fingers, he selected the carving of the Eurasian magpie. Its black and white plumage wound into swirling patterns of dark ebony and ivory. He lifted it from its perch and inspected its base. "Observe, Hastings," Poirot murmured, turning the magpie upside down. "There is a tiny indentation here, like the head of a pin. It might serve as a trigger to release something, should one know where to press. Yet such a small mark could easily be overlooked. Let us test the hypothesis." He placed the eagle, a prized specimen from his father's expedition to the Rockies, into the magpie's former position, delicately, with the reverence of a man handling an heirloom. Immediately, a barely audible click resounded, as though a latch had released somewhere within. Miss Groom gasped softly. "You heard that?" Poirot nodded, eyes alight with satisfaction. "Indeed I did. Hastings, you may carefully replace the eagle and position the magpie back to its perch." Hastings did so. Poirot then pressed that tiny indentation with the tip of his gloved finger, and a panel at the base of the cabinet swung inward, revealing a narrow, dust-lined compartment. "There!" Poirot exclaimed triumphantly. "A secret recess. Now, mademoiselle, what do you make of that?" Miss Groom leaned forward, breath caught. Within the compartment lay a slender, leather-bound notebook, its edges frayed and softened by time. Its cover, cursive script spelled out a name: Reginald Groom, Field Notes, 1891-1920. Hastings's eyes widened. "Your father's field notes, so he concealed them here all along." Miss Groom nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. "Father always told me that his observations were meant to remain with those who could appreciate them. But I never suspected they would be hidden so intricately. The cabinet. It was the perfect hiding place." Poirot placed a gentle hand on the young woman's shoulder. "Your father was a man of great passion and meticulous nature. He would have wished for you to find these notes when you were ready, and you have done so with admirable persistence. Yet I wonder if more lies. Deeper still, the mechanism required the precise removal of one carved bird before another, a choreography perhaps based on your father's travels. We must examine whether this cabinet holds a further secret." Miss Groom bit her lips. "What do you mean?" Monsieur Poirot, are you suggesting there is more than just this notebook? Possibly. It is quite conceivable that the notebook itself contains instructions or a map to another concealed treasure, be it a scientific discovery, a letter, or even a financial matter undisclosed until now. Let us see if the sequence of birds corresponds to dates or locations in those notes. With patience, we shall decode your father's intention. Hastings blinked. Monsieur Poirot, you say that to open the first secret compartment, you replaced the eagle with the magpie and pressed the marking. Do we now substitute the magpie for something else, and so on? Poirot nodded. Precisely. The magpie likely corresponds to a key entry in the notebook. We must be as methodical in our approach as your father was. Mademoiselle, if I may borrow the someone of your father's notes for analysis. She handed Poirot the worn journal, and he opened it with the delicacy one might reserve for an ancient manuscript. The pages were filled with meticulous pencil sketches of birds, some studies of their plumage, others diagrams of their migratory routes. Each entry bore a date and location. April 12, 1893, Yellowhammer, Somerset Fields. November 5th, 1901, Barn Owl, Loch Lomond. June 14th, 1891, Willow Warbler, Richmond Park. Poirot's finger traced the pages, lips moving, ever so slightly as he read. There is a pattern here, he observed. The Willow Warbler, which you found displaced, corresponds to the very first date inscribed on this notebook, June 14th, 1891, the date on the brass plaque. Then the Eurasian magpie, dated October 3rd, 1895. These three birds mark significant beginnings. Each bird may represent a step in the journey to unlocking further compartments. Do you understand? Miss Groom nodded, her gaze fixed on the cabinet and the notebook, as though seeing them anew. I understand. But why would father want to hide something so secretively? What could be so important? Poirot's moustache twitched thoughtfully. Ah, that is the central question. Sometimes the most valuable secrets are not material riches, but discoveries or revelations that could alter one's understanding of events. Perhaps your father discovered something in his research, something he feared would be lost or misused, but we must follow the breadcrumbs left in his notes. He closed the notebook gently and placed it on the desk. For now, mademoiselle, rest assured that you have uncovered the first piece of the puzzle. Once I have had a chance to inspect these entries in more detail, I shall know how best to proceed. But we have made a most promising start, have we not? Miss Groom exhaled, a mixture of relief and lingering anxiety passing across her delicate features. Yes, Monsieur Poirot, thank you. I cannot tell you how much it means to have your guidance. I felt as though I were on the brink of madness, hearing those sounds in the night and unable to understand them. Poirot offered her a reassuring smile. Madness is often merely sensitivity to matters that others cannot, or choose not to perceive. Now that the first secret is revealed, we must be vigilant for further clues. But tonight, allow me to stay here at Ravenswood. You will not be alone in the dark. Miss Groom blinked with gratitude. Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. I would be honoured. The detective straightened his back and adjusted his gloves. Very good. Hastings, perhaps you and I might arrange our things in the guest wing before dinner. We may require several hours of uninterrupted study of these notes after the meal. Mrs. Pennington, could you show us to our rooms? As Mrs. Pennington led them away, Poirot cast a final glance at the cabinet. Its glass doors now closed, but the brass plaque still shining in the dying light. The carved birds seemed to watch him, their painted eyes gleaming with silent secrets. And in that moment, Poirot felt the tiny gears of possibility begin to turn, setting into motion a chain of events that would reveal truths long buried and challenge even his formidable powers of deduction. Beyond the library windows, the sky softened to dusk. The air at Ravenswood Manor, once calm and bucolic, now crackled with expectation. Somewhere within these hallowed walls, more mysteries lay concealed, waiting for the gentle touch of a precise sequence of wooden wings to set them free. And Hercule Poirot, with Hastings at his side, was resolved to uncover them all, no matter the cost. Chapter 2. Shadows at the Dinner Table. The glow of evening candles danced across the high-ceilinged guest chamber as Hercule Poirot arranged his belongings upon the small writing desk. The room at Ravenswood Manor was furnished in the same stately style as the rest of the house. Dark oak furniture, polished to a mirror sheen, heavy velvet drapes the colour of burgundy, and a faint, lingering aroma of lavender that seemed to permeate every corner. Captain Hastings, already dressed for dinner, sat in a cushioned chair by the window, his gaze drifting towards the winding gravel drive, as if expecting someone else to arrive. "Mon ami," Poirot said, carefully placing the leather-bound field notes on top of his suitcase. "I find that the first secret revealed only deepens our curiosity. We have learned of the compartment and the notebook, but I suspect your father's intention was to lead you, step by step, through more such discoveries. Thus, to dinner we go." He gave Hastings a small, satisfied smile, rich with the subtle pride of deduction. Hastings rose and buttoned his jacket. "Indeed, I only hope the dinner conversation does not distract too greatly from our investigations. But with Miss Groom's family and household assembled, perhaps we shall learn more about who else might have cause to meddle with her father's secrets." As they walked down the corridor, Poirot gently tapped the closed notebook with a fingertip. "We must be discreet. It is quite possible that others present this evening know, or suspect, that the notes have been found. Any movement of the cabinet or further tampering could alert an observer. The footman who met them at the library door escorted them through a pair of carved oak doors into the dining room. The table was laid with fine china and gleaming silver, illuminated by a crystal chandelier overhead. At the head of the table sat Miss Eliza Groom, her expression composed, but her eyes carrying a flicker of unease. To her right was Mr. Lawrence Tremaine, the family solicitor, a lean man with a hawk-like nose, his spectacles perched on the end of his nose as he leafed through documents. Opposite Tremaine sat Mrs. Agnes Cleary, governess to the grooming posy of children from a neighbouring estate, her brows knitted in apparent concern. Beyond Mrs. Cleary, positioned by a sideboard laden with silver platters, stood the butler, Mr. Abbot, tall, prim, and unsmiling, his cold gaze flicking toward the cabinet at the room's far end. "Captain," Hastings murmured to Poirot, "do you know these people well?" "Not well, Hastings," Poirot whispered in response, "but even a brief glance is sufficient to observe the dynamics of a household. I note that Mr. Tremaine's hand trembles ever so slightly when Eliza greets him, and Mrs. Cleary glances toward the cabinet as though expecting something to emerge. Observe how Mr. Abbot stands, rigid, watchful, as though guarding a secret of his own. Miss Groom rose and greeted them warmly. "Monsieur Poirot, Captain Hastings, I'm so grateful you could stay for dinner. I thought it best to gather everyone before the meal. There is much to discuss." Poirot inclined his head. "Thank you, mademoiselle. If I may, I would like to propose a small toast before we begin." He stood and lifted his glass of sherry. "To the memory of Captain Reginald Groom, and to his passing of knowledge, and perhaps indeed mystery, to his beloved daughter." Each guest raised a glass. Tremaine with a polite nod, Mrs. Cleary with a gentle smile, and Mr. Abbot with a curt inclination of the head. Eliza allowed herself a wistful sigh before seating herself once more. Dinner commenced in a polite, measured fashion. A consommé of wild mushrooms was served, followed by roast pheasant with truffle sauce and a side of Duchess potatoes. The conversation among the guests touched on quotidian subjects: local fairs, the harvest season, and the county cricket match, until Tremaine cleared his throat and addressed Miss Groom directly. "Eliza," he began, voice low but firm, "you mentioned earlier that your father left explicit instructions regarding the cabinet. Might we know the contents of his will? It could bear upon the distribution of family possessions, including Ravenswood Manor itself." Miss Groom hesitated, glancing at Poirot as though seeking advice. Poirot raised an imperceptible eyebrow, signalling her to respond with caution. "My father's will bequeaths the cabinet and all its contents to me, unconditionally," Eliza replied, her voice steady, but her grip on her napkin tightening. "No other family heirloom, nor any financial legacy is mentioned in that document. He wished me to have the cabinet as both a keepsake and a guide, for reasons I do not yet comprehend." Mrs. Cleary leaned forward, spoon poised in mid-air. "Guide? Do you mean to uncover its hidden compartments? How very ingenious!" Eliza offered a small smile. "Yes, if Monsieur Poirot's suspicions are correct, the cabinet holds more than just prized carvings. There may be further compartments, perhaps even correspondence or items of value hidden within. An inheritance, perhaps, meant to be discovered only by the true heir." Mr. Tremaine shifted in his seat, his lips pressed into a thin line. "If there are, however, other heirs or interested parties, they might feel that this cabinet should be relinquished to the estate until its final secrets are known by all. It is an unusual situation, and I am concerned that any hidden compartments could affect the status of the will itself." Poirot tucked a stray lock of iron-grey hair behind his ear, choosing his words carefully. "Monsieur Tremaine, the will specifies the cabinet and its contents as a gift to Miss Groom alone. Whatever is concealed within belongs to her. Yet I understand your concerns regarding due process. If you wish, I shall keep you apprised as I examine each bird and its corresponding mechanism. If any matter arises that affects the estate, I shall inform you." Tremaine inclined his head, though his eyes remained unreadable. "Very well. I shall await your findings, Monsieur Poirot." A hush fell over the table for a moment, as a footman discreetly poured more wine into each guest's glass. Poirot probed further. "Mrs. Cleary, you mentioned earlier that you teach young children nearby. Does your work ever bring you into contact with Ravenswood Manor?" Mrs. Cleary smiled gently, placing her spoon on the table. Occasionally, Lady Ravenswood, the late owner's sister, had hoped I might tutor her 2 younger nephews while she was travelling last summer. I declined. My heart lies with my own pupils, but I know the estate well enough to appreciate its traditions. Poirot nodded, his eyes flicking toward the closed curtain, concealing the portrait of Lady Ravenswood. I see. And Mr. Abbot, if I might. The butler interjected smoothly. If there is nothing further, Monsieur Poirot, the roast may grow cold. His demeanour was polite, yet unyielding, as if he had already provided more information than he intended to share. Hastings leaned in to Poirot's side. That was rather curt, was it not? Poirot lowered his voice. Abbot is a loyal servant of the household. He fears disruption of any kind. We must not take his reticence as guilt, merely caution. The true clues will reveal themselves in subtle gestures, slight hesitations, and, of course, in the cabinet itself. By the time dessert, a fine lemon tart with a dollop of whipped cream, arrived, conversation had turned to the coming autumn ball and plans to refurbish the old conservatory into a music room. Yet Poirot observed how each mention of refurbishing drew a quick glance toward the cabinet, as though its place in the room somehow threatened or contradicted the proposed renovations. Even the smooth, melodic laughter of Mrs. Cleary seemed tinged with an edge of anxiety whenever the cabinet's location was mentioned. When the table was cleared, Poirot asked if he might see the cabinet once more, ostensibly to continue cataloguing the birds in his notebook. Eliza rose, leading him to the library while the others lingered, sipping port or brandy at the side table. As Poirot approached the cabinet, its glass doors glowed faintly in the lamplight. He opened them and withdrew a small slip of paper. The brass-keyed Tremaine had accidentally left near the desk. He turned to Eliza. "Mademoiselle, are you prepared to reveal the next step?" Eliza nodded, pushing back a strand of hair that had escaped her comb. "I have noted that the next bird in Father's sequence is the Himalayan pheasant, dated April 30th, 1897, and representing a journey to the foothills of the Himalayas. If the pattern is correct, the pheasant's carving should conceal the next compartment." Poirot's eyes lit with excitement. He carefully removed the Himalayan pheasant from its perch, laying it gently on a velvet cloth imported by Reginald Groom himself. He inspected the base, a tiny triangular notch hidden in the carved feathers. "Here," he murmured, "an indentation smaller than the one on the magpie. It is superlatively subtle. Your father desired utmost discretion." With Eliza's encouragement, Poirot applied light pressure to that notch. A barely audible click echoed from the depths of the cabinet, and a panel slid outward to reveal a second compartment, smaller than the first. Inside lay a delicate gold locket, its surface engraved with a stylized bird in mid-flight. Beside it, an envelope sealed with crimson wax bore Reginald Groom's initials. R.G. Eliza's breath caught. A locket? I have no memory of Father ever mentioning he possessed such an heirloom. Poirot carefully lifted the locket and handed it to her. She opened it to reveal 2 small portraits, one of a young woman with dark hair and solemn eyes, and the other, more surprising, a portrait of Reginald Groom himself in his youth, his expression grave. "Who is she?" Eliza whispered. Poirot folded the crimson-sealed letter and handed it to her. Read it, but with discretion. The contents of this locket may tell us much about your father's secret affairs." Eliza broke the seal and withdrew a single sheet of parchment, her eyes scanning Reginald's neat handwriting. After a moment, she looked up, tears welling. "It is from father. He writes of a woman he loved before mother, a liaison kept hidden. He feared discovery and any scandal. He hid this locket so that I might understand his remorse, should I find it, but he never mentioned her by name." Hastings, who had joined them silently, leaned in. "So, the mystery deepens. Not only did your father hide his scientific notes, but he also concealed a past romance." Poirot nodded solemnly. "Indeed, the secrets of the heart can be as powerful as those of the mind. We now know that Reginald Groom wished for you to find this locket, to bear witness to his past regrets. Yet I suspect that someone else might wish to prevent you from discovering any further revelations." Eliza gently clasped the locket to her bosom. "I cannot believe anyone in this house would seek to harm father's memory. Yet someone has tampered with the cabinet, someone who must have known exactly how to trigger the mechanisms." Poirot's moustache twitched in thought. "Precisely. We must consider who else could have understood these mechanisms, and who might gain by preventing you from uncovering more truths. Tonight we shall take all precautions. But for now, mademoiselle, know that you are not alone. Between Captain Hastings and myself, we shall ensure that every chamber of this cabinet yields its secret, and every heart in this house reveals its truth." Eliza managed a small, grateful smile. "Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. I feel braver already." As they replaced the pheasant and closed the cabinet doors, the flicker of candlelight cast long shadows across the velvet-backed carvings. The carved birds seemed to turn their painted heads as though watching the trio with silent interest. And within the broader stillness of Ravenswood Manor, a sense of unease took root, one that promised more puzzles, more hidden recesses, and perhaps more danger than any of them yet realized. Chapter 3. Secrets in the Field. Note's morning light filtered through the heavy drapes of Hastings's window, revealing the dew-laden gardens of Ravenswood Manor in soft focus. The chill of early autumn lingered in the air, carrying with it an undercurrent of tension that seemed almost palpable after the revelations of the previous evening. Hastings sat at the foot of his bed, lacing his boots, while Poirot paced before the small writing desk, quill in hand, and the leather-bound field notes open before him. "Mon ami," Hastings began, tugging the laces tight, "I trust you slept well enough, despite last night's discoveries." Poirot did not pause in his pacing, but turned to reply with alacrity. "Sleep, mon cher, is a luxury when the mind is stirred by tantalizing secrets. I slept lightly, dreaming of birds and hidden latches. We have 2 compartments uncovered, one containing the notebook itself, and the second containing the locket. Now, the next bird in sequence must yield its secret." Hastings rose and stretched. "You refer to the barn owl, November 5th, 1901, found in your father's notes?" "Exactement." Poirot tapped the page with his quill. "After the Himalayan pheasant of April 30th, 1897, the next entry is indeed the barn owl. Its date and location, Loch Lomond, 1901, indicate a pivotal winter expedition. If my theory holds, the barn owl carving conceals a further recess. But I sense that someone else in this household may be aware of our efforts. They might seek to thwart us before we unlock all of Father's hidden legacy." Hastings paused by the door, glancing down the corridor toward the library. "Then perhaps we should proceed without delay. Shall we breakfast first, or go directly to the cabinet?" "Breakfast can wait until our task is complete," Poirot declared with decisive calm. "I am eager to pursue this matter with all due haste. Will you come, Hastings?" Together they descended the staircase, their footsteps echoing through the high-ceilinged halls. Mrs. Pennington, overseeing the arrangement of the dining room, offered a curt nod, but did not intrude upon their determined expressions. They passed the portraits of stoic ancestors, faces that seemed almost dismissive of the current intrigue, before arriving at the library doors. Inside, Eliza Groom awaited them, seated at the desk with a fresh cup of tea. Her composure was steadier than the evening before, yet her eyes remained watchful, betraying a mixture of hope and trepidation. She rose at their entrance. "Good morning, Monsieur Poirot, Captain Hastings," she said softly. "I feared you would wish to continue your examination of the cabinet." "Indeed, mademoiselle," Poirot replied, inclining his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your vigilance. We shall not keep you waiting long." Eliza led them to the étudage cabinet, whose glass panels reflected the pale morning light. With careful fingers, she unlocked the door using the brass key Tremaine had provided, and revealed the arrangement of carved birds displayed in neat rows. Poirot surveyed the carvings with keen eyes, noting the sequence already explored. The willow warbler displaced first, then the Eurasian magpie that opened the compartment containing the field notes, and the Himalayan pheasant that yielded the gold locket. "Behold!" Poirot murmured, pointing to the third row from the top. The barn owl carving, perched beside a small crest of carved ivy. "Observe its base." Hastings moved closer with Eliza, scrutinizing the owl's feet, its carved eyes, each detail rendered in fine wood. Underneath, a faint depression lay concealed, in the grain no larger than a knuckle, but intentional, an indentation designed to be pressed. Poirot placed the barn owl upon a soft cloth on the desk and examined its underside. A slender, spring-loaded mechanism was visible once he gently pried at the seams. "Apply pressure here," he said, indicating the depression. Eliza hesitated a moment, then nodded as Poirot guided her finger to press. A muted click resonated, and a slender drawer slid outward from the cabinet's interior. Eliza stepped back, breath held. Within the drawer lay a small envelope, sealed with blue wax bearing a crest. A stylized owl in flight. Carefully, Eliza opened the envelope, revealing a single folded sheet of parchment. "It is addressed to me from Father," she whispered, unfolding the parchment with trembling fingers. "But it is dated October 2nd, 1922, 2 months before he died." Poirot glanced at the date and nodded thoughtfully. Then Father anticipated his own passing, and wished for you to discover this note at the appropriate juncture. Read its contents. Aloud, if you will, mademoiselle." She cleared her throat and began in a measured voice. "My dearest Eliza, if you read this, it means that the time has come for you to understand all that I could not reveal in life. The willow warbler, our first bird, reminds me of your mother's favourite song. But as you have seen, I left you more than memories. The Eurasian Magpie's challenge led you to my field notes, that you might know the depths of my passion for nature. The Himalayan pheasant unveiled a locket, arguably the greatest regret of my youth. Now, the barn owl commands you to listen to the silence beyond the chirps and whispers. In the quiet of every night, secrets speak. Within the notes you have already found lies a list of names, individuals I encountered on my travels who shared my devotion to birds. They were not all friends. Some envied my discoveries, others sought to exploit them. One such man whom I met in the Highlands coveted my research on raptor migration. He gave me a dire ultimatum. Either I relinquish my work to him, or risk my life. I refused, and fled. In secret I took my most precious research, concealing it within the next recess of the cabinet of birds. Your journey thus far has tested your ingenuity. Your persistence has proven commendable. Now, should you choose to proceed, seek the horned. Lark's carving, dated June 17th, 1910. Its delicate beak conceals a small catch. Release that catch, and you will uncover the final portion of my arras of knowledge, my most cherished findings, which I trust only you to steward. Remember, Eliza, that the greatest treasure a man can leave behind is not gold, but the truth. Guard it wisely with all my love, Father. Eliza's voice quavered, tears brimming. Hastings stepped forward and placed a comforting hand upon her shoulder. Your father cared deeply for you. He wished you to protect his work from those who would exploit it. Poirot closed his eyes briefly, his expression solemn. He speaks of a man in the Highlands, one who coveted Reginald Groom's raptor migration research. This unknown adversary likely knew of the cabinet's peculiarities. Once your father confided in no one but his closest colleague, so this man must have gleaned information through furtive means, perhaps from a servant or a travelling acquaintance. Eliza swallowed hard. Do you think that man is still alive? Could he be here at Ravenswood now, watching us? Poirot's moustache quivered as he considered her question. It is not beyond possibility. The solicitor, Mr. Tremaine, and the butler, Mr. Abbott, possess the closest access to your father's affairs. Yet I sense that the threat is more subtle. Someone who remains vigilant, waiting to see whether you recover his quarry. We must remain on guard. Hastings vaulted to his full height, forging ahead with optimism. Then let us press on, Monsieur Poirot. The third recess lies within our grasp. Let us proceed to the Horned Lark without hesitation. Eliza nodded and rose, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Yes, I will find the Horned Lark. It is dated June 17th, 1910. My father's notes made that clear. But first, Poirot interjected, I wish to examine the written passage in your notebook concerning the Horned Lark. Let us see whether your father provided additional clues, perhaps relating to the method of release. He opened the leather-bound field notes to the relevant entry. Hastings leaned over his shoulder. The page bore a pencil sketch of a horned lark perched atop a wind-swept dune, annotated with the date and location. June 17th, 1910, Kent Coast. Below, Reginald Groom had written in fine script, Find not merely the bird, but the direction from which it takes flight when the wind blows. From the south? What can that mean? Poirot tapped his finger against his chin. Meteorological patterns, mon ami. The horned lark's behaviour is governed by wind currents. but your father spoke of this in metaphorical as well as literal terms. In the physical cabinet, the horned lark's perch is near the right-hand side, with its beak pointed slightly toward the south wall of this library. To open the catch, one must lift the carving in a motion that mimics the bird's ascent into a southern wind. Pressing down would release another panel. He traced the lines of the sketch with his finger. Observe, the wings are not fully extended but poised to rise. The mechanical latch likely responds to this upward tilting motion. Eliza rose and stepped to the cabinet's rightmost carving on the second shelf. The horned lark's beak was indeed pointed at an angle that suggested an upward thrust. With deft fingers, she grasped the carving, lifted it gently, and tilted it as though allowing the bird to catch a breeze. A faint click echoed within the cabinet, and a narrow panel at its base swung inward, revealing a third compartment. Eliza gasped softly. Another compartment, smaller than before. Within lay a small leather-bound scroll in a cylindrical case, along with a delicate brooch in the shape of a dove in flight, crafted in silver and set with tiny diamonds. Poirot reached for the scroll and gently drew it from the case. The parchment inside bore intricate hand-drawn charts detailing raptor migration routes, hawks, eagles, falcons, all with annotations in another hand, not her father's. "Hastings," murmured, "these annotations, someone else's handwriting. Perhaps the man who threatened your father." Poirot unfurled the scroll and read aloud, "Extracted by T. Montague, October 15th, 1922. All credit to R.G., whose work was taken by force from the Highlands. With this, I, T. Montague, claim the rightful findings. May fortune favour the bold." Eliza's face turned ashen. "Montague! That name does not appear anywhere in father's notes. Who is this T. Montague?" Poirot's lips pursed. Thomas Montague, a British ornithologist of some repute. He visited Reginald Groom in 1922 under the guise of collaborating on a paper. They quarrelled over authorship. Reginald refused to share full credit. Montague threatened to publish the findings under his own name. I suspect he forced father to hand over complete documentation. Your father, preferring the safety of secrecy to scandal, hid his original research within the cabinet. Hastings' brows furrowed. So, Montague is the adversary, still at large. He must have obtained a copy of these routes, and now hopes to claim them as his own. That explains the urgency of your father's instructions. Eliza fingered the brooch. "This dove, my mother's favourite symbol. I never knew it existed." Poirot smiled gently. "Your mother flew kites with this very brooch on her hat on idyllic mornings at Kent. Your father likely included it as a commemorative token of love. Another piece of the puzzle that perhaps carried its own sentiment. But the scroll, the true treasure, must be safeguarded. If Montague or his accomplice learns that you possess the original research, the consequences could be dire." Eliza nodded, determination blazing in her eyes. "Then we must be vigilant. Is there any further secret in this cabinet?" Poirot closed the cabinet doors softly. "As far as I know, there are 4 compartments in total. Willow warbler, Eurasian magpie, Himalayan pheasant, barn owl, horned lark. We have now discovered the 3rd. The final secret will appear in the sparrowhawk, dated August 8th, 1915. perhaps concealed behind the topmost shelf. But there may be traps or distractions set by Montague to slow us. We must remain cautious." Hastings placed a reassuring hand on Eliza's shoulder. "We shall see this through, mademoiselle. Father's work is safe with us." As the three stood before the cabinet, shadows lengthened in the corners of the library. Somewhere beyond the walls of Ravenswood Manor, unseen eyes watched. Poirot felt a subtle shift in the air, a silent promise of confrontation. Yet, for now, they had unveiled another piece of the puzzle. The morning light had illuminated secrets that had lain hidden for decades, and with each discovery, the stakes grew higher. Eliza's voice trembled as she spoke, but her gaze was resolute. "Thank you, Monsieur Poirot, Captain Hastings. I understand now what I must do. Guard this scroll and brooch at all costs. Father's legacy depends on it." Poirot inclined his head, his eyes reflecting both sympathy and resolve. "We shall guard it together, and tonight we will discover the Sparrowhawk's secret and the truth of Montague's betrayal." They turned away from the cabinet, the polished wood doors closing with deliberate finality. The field notes lay open on the desk, like a map of hidden dangers and cherished memories, and as the glow of autumn sun streamed through the library windows, Poirot felt the gears of the mystery turning once more, propelling them toward the heart of Ravenswood Manor's darkest secret. Chapter 4. The Sparrowhawk's Flight Late Afternoon. Light filtered through the mullioned windows of the library, casting long, slanted beams that settled upon the leather-bound field notes and the tiny brooch shaped like a dove. Hercule Poirot, standing near the cabinet, traced the grain of the oak with his fingertips, as though absorbing every nuance of its polished surface. Captain Hastings sat nearby in a high-backed armchair, his posture alert despite the long days. Exertions. Mademoiselle Eliza Groom hovered over the scroll, her eyes flickering with a mixture of reverence and anxiety as she reread her father's instructions. "Monsieur Poirot," she began, her voice trembling, "the Sparrowhawk awaits. August 8th, 1915. This date coincides with father's service in France. But what manner of secret could he have concealed within that carving?" Poirot folded his long fingers beneath his chin, lips pursed in contemplative thought. "Your father wrote about birds with profound precision, mademoiselle. The sparrowhawk, a fierce hunter, often appears when lesser fowl are endangered. In wartime, hawks symbolize both vigilance and sacrifice. I suspect the mechanism will require a gesture of release rather than one of elevation. We must consult his notes for any cryptic phrasing that points to the exact motion." Hastings leaned forward. The entry for the Sparrowhawk. August 8, 1915, some fields. Watch the sky for signs of falcons at dusk. Release the wing as they do. Could that imply we lift the wing outward, as though preparing to launch into the evening sky? Poirot nodded decisively. "Exactly, Hastings. A downward push will not suffice. The motion must be a motion of outward release, replicating the hawk's moment of launching from a hidden ledge. But first, mademoiselle, we must ensure that this room remains undisturbed. Montague's accomplice, if he lurks here, may strike at any moment. We cannot afford any interruption while manipulating the final bird." Eliza drew a steadying breath and locked the cabinet doors once more. "I will speak to Mrs. Pennington and ask her to keep the corridors clear. It must look as though nothing unusual is happening here." At Poirot's urging, she left the library to summon the housekeeper. Once the door closed, Poirot turned to Hastings. "You know, Hastings, these household members are not merely onlookers. They are actors in a drama they scarcely understand. Montague may have bribed or threatened one of them to keep watch. We must discover who among Tremaine, Mrs. Cleary, or Mr. Abbot has motive and opportunity." Hastings frowned. "I cannot imagine Mrs. Cleary conspiring against Eliza. She seemed genuinely concerned for her welfare." "True, but fear can be a powerful motivator," Poirot replied, stroking his moustache. "And Mrs. Cleary was once in charge of Reginald's younger sister's tutoring, a position that might have ended abruptly upon his departure. I propose a discreet interview with each individual, beginning with Mr. Tremaine, the solicitor." They left the library and made their way to the large study where Mr. Lawrence Tremaine, still reviewing financial ledgers by lamplight, looked up as Poirot and Hastings entered. "Good evening, Monsieur Poirot. Captain Hastings." Tremaine greeted them politely, though the crease at his temple deepened when he saw Poirot's intent gaze. Poirot inclined his head. "Monsieur Tremaine, I wish to confirm a few details concerning Reginald Groom's affairs, particularly regarding any acquaintances he might have had who could harbour ill will toward his research." Tremaine set aside his quill, leaning forward. "My dear fellow, I can assure you that all of Reginald's colleagues were professional and congenial. He was highly respected in ornithological circles. However, I did overhear a heated exchange between him and a certain Thomas Montague at a dinner party in London last spring. Montague was impressed by the Groom family's wealth, and Reginald refused to share unpublished findings. They argued bitterly. Montague departed in a fury, swearing he would have his revenge." Hastings looked surprised. So Montague was present in London only months before Father's death. Does that suggest he returned to Ravenswood afterward? Tremaine hesitated. "I cannot be certain. Montague mentioned hoping to visit Kent, but I do not recall whether he ever arrived. Reginald never told me of any further contact between them. Their dispute was settled, on paper at least, by late 1922. But I confess I did not anticipate any underhanded tactics thereafter." Poirot's eyes bore into Tremaine's. "And yet, monsieur, if Montague wished to reclaim his work, he might have arranged for the field notes to be stolen, or more deviously, placed inside this cabinet so that no one but the rightful heir would find them. But that implies knowledge of the cabinet's mechanisms, secrets known perhaps only to Reginald and someone close to him. You, as his solicitor, had access to his home and his affairs. Have you ever inspected that cabinet?" Tremaine's expression stiffened. No. I can say I have never given the cabinet more than a passing glance. Reginald left explicit instructions not to disturb it." Poirot allowed a slim smile to flicker. "Very prudent. Forgive my directness, but you must understand my concern. If Montague's agent lurks here, he may have bribed a servant, or perhaps a member of the household staff, to thwart any attempt to find the final secret. Have you noticed anything unusual? Missing items, odd visits or communications you did not recognize?" Tremaine paused, stroking his chin. "Now that you mention it, I recall that Mr. Abbot, our butler, received a letter 2 days ago, delivered by a messenger from London. It was marked private, with no return address. Mr. Abbot said nothing of its contents, but he was quite tense afterward. Considering the proximity of that letter to the cabinet's arrival, I found it odd. Poirot's eyes glinted. Does Mr. Abbot show signs of anxiety when he senses others spying on him? Does he change his demeanour, perhaps becoming overly vigilant? Tremaine's gaze dropped. He became excessively cautious, checking locks, rearranging furniture, and spending extra hours in the library late at night. It struck me as peculiar. Poirot bowed his head in acknowledgment. "Thank you, Monsieur Tremaine. Your candour is appreciated. Now, Captain Hastings and I shall see to the others." With that, he and Hastings excused themselves, leaving Tremaine to his ledgers and deepening contemplation. In the hallway, Hastings whispered, "So you suspect Mr. Abbot, that he received something from Montague?" Poirot nodded, his moustache twitching. Montague would not have risked travelling. Here in person, his reputation would be in tatters if word of his machinations leaked. An intermediary would be safer. And who better than a butler with access to every room? Now, let us approach Mrs. Cleary. They found Mrs. Cleary in the conservatory, tending to a tray of potted violets. She looked up, surprise flickering in her pale eyes. "Mrs. Cleary, may we have a word?" Poirot began, his tone gentle but firm. She set aside her gardening gloves, wiping clay from her fingers. "Of course, Monsieur Poirot. I trust all is well." "Perhaps," Poirot said. "I simply wish to inquire whether you have noticed any odd movements around the cabinet in recent days. Footsteps echoing, lights burning late, or any items missing from your personal rooms." Mrs. Cleary's lips pressed into a thin line. "I did glimpse Mr. Abbot in the library past midnight 2 nights ago. He was holding a candle and examining some papers, though I could not see what they were. But I thought no more of it at the time." Hastings exchanged a look with Poirot. "Why did he have papers, you believe?" Mrs. Cleary shrugged. "I assumed it had something to do with his duties, perhaps accounting or inventories. He seemed agitated, but he did not speak to me." Poirot inclined his head. "Thank you, Mrs. Cleary. Should you recall anything else, I implore you to inform me immediately." Leaving her to tend her violets, Poirot and Hastings ascended the narrow stairs to the servants' quarters. There, in a small anteroom lined with cupboards, they found Mr. Abbot arranging candles for the library's evening use. With meticulous politeness, Poirot spoke. "Mr. Abbot, might you spare us a moment? We have a few questions regarding your activities." Abbot straightened, his expression unreadable. "Certainly, Monsieur Poirot. How may I assist?" Poirot's gaze bore into the butler's dark eyes. "It has come to my attention that you received a letter from London 2 days ago. Were you instructed by its sender to keep certain matters secret?" Abbot's jaw tightened. "I am a servant, monsieur. It is not my place to disclose correspondence. I assure you, whatever instructions I received were from my employer, and I obeyed them to preserve the household's dignity." Hastings interjected, his tone gentler. "Abbot, if you are protecting someone, you must understand that Miss Groom's safety and her father's legacy depend on the truth. You must trust us with any information you have." Abbott's shoulders slumped just a fraction, as though in resignation. He finally spoke, voice low. "The letter was from a Mr. Montague, Thomas Montague himself. He demanded assurances that the cabinet would not be opened. He threatened dire consequences for anyone who interfered. I was instructed to watch over the cabinet and to report any unusual activity." Poirot exhaled, satisfaction evident beneath his calm veneer. "Then the threat is real. Montague still seeks what belongs to this family. Thank you for your honesty, Mr. Abbot. I trust you shall continue to watch, but perhaps now under my direction, so that no further harm comes to Mademoiselle Groom." Abbot inclined his head. "Very well, Monsieur Poirot. I will cooperate." Back in the library, Poirot arranged the room for privacy. No doors ajar, no servants lingering. Eliza returned and paused by the cabinet, eyes set with determination. "Monsieur Poirot, I am ready." Poirot stepped forward, nodding. He lifted the glass door and motioned for Eliza to stand aside while he positioned himself. "Recall the note. Release the wing as a sparrowhawk does at dusk. Hastings, please observe and ensure no one approaches." Hastings took position at the door, one hand on the knob, ready to summon Abbot if needed. Poirot turned to the cabinet's topmost row. There, nestled among 13 carvings, was the sparrowhawk. Its feathers were carved with such realism that one could almost imagine the bird poised to dart from its perch. Poirot traced the line of its right wing, noting a minute catch near, the carved talon. "Here," he murmured, "we must push outward and slightly upward, imitating its eventual thrust into the sky." Eliza inhaled deeply. "Then let us proceed." With a graceful motion, Poirot grasped the sparrowhawk's base, lifted it ever so slightly, and then pressed the catch outward, mimicking the hawk's moment of release. A soft metallic click resonated, louder than the previous compartments. The entire cabinet trembled, and a hidden panel in the very top shelf swung inward, revealing a final recess. Inside lay a small iron-bound journal and a battered black-and-white photograph. Poirot extracted both with reverent care and placed them on the desk. Eliza gasped, recognizing the photograph at once. Chapter 5. Confronting the past Eliza Groom's breath, caught as her eyes fixed upon the tattered photograph laid before her, on the desk. The small monochrome image depicted her father, Reginald Groom, standing in a windswept field in northern France, with an unfamiliar man beside him. Both wore field coats, binoculars slung around their necks, and notebooks in hand. The younger Reginald, though earnest, seemed uneasy, his posture slightly rigid. The other man, tall and lean with a narrow face and piercing eyes, smiled confidently, as if aware that his success hinged upon this very moment. Eliza traced the contours of that face, as though trying to place the memory, but it remained unfamiliar. Hastings leaned close, peering over her shoulder. "Who is he, Monsieur Poirot?" Eliza asked, voice trembling. "I've never seen this man before." Poirot, standing behind them, studied the photograph with his characteristic stillness. His thin lips pressed together as though tasting an unspeakable truth. "Mademoiselle, that is Thomas Montague, the very man who threatened your father's work and, it seems, forced him into hiding portions of his research. I recognize him from an ornithological journal. Montague published several articles on raptor migration around 1923. He often used photographs to bolster his reputation." Eliza closed her eyes briefly. "So, my father and Montague met in France, not just in the Highlands or London. He must have accompanied father on that expedition during the war." Hastings interjected. Montague's journal entries claimed he and Groom studied eagles near the Somme in 1915. This photograph must be evidence of their collaboration, though perhaps not a friendly one. Poirot nodded. Indeed, and see here, he said, pointing to a barely visible inscription on the back of the photograph. Our Groom's field site, November 12th, 1915. With gratitude to T. Montague. The words, written in a delicate looping hand, carried an undercurrent of forced civility. Your father, though forced to collaborate under duress, sought to preserve politeness. Montague's gratitude, however, was likely shallow, intended only to mask his duplicity. Eliza's eyes filled with tears as she carefully replaced the photograph in its case. My father never spoke of this, of Montague's role in his life. I always believed he simply pursued his studies in peace. And yet, her voice faltered, unable to continue. Poirot placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. He desired to protect you. He would not burden you with his shame. Nevertheless, the iron-bound journal may contain direct evidence, perhaps even Montague's own admissions of coercion. Hastings carefully lifted the journal from its hidden recess, its leather cover scarred and brittle with age. He placed it on the desk, and as he opened it, the soft creak of parchment whispered perils long buried. The pages were filled with Reginald's neat script, detailed diagrams of hawk flight patterns, meteorological observations, and notes on tagging methods. But interspersed among those entries were others, penned in an unfamiliar hand, abrupt, jagged, and eager to dominate the page. Hastings frowned as he read aloud. November 15th, 1915. Montague demands full disclosure. Refusal to comply will result in permanent exclusion. He threatens to publish my research as his own unless I abdicate my rights. I stand by my principles, but fear for my life should I resist. R. Groom, November 16th, 1915. Under Montague's watchful gaze, we continue the tagging study. He feigns camaraderie, but traits of envy gleam in his eyes whenever I note a new migratory behavior. He seeks to claim all credit. November 17th, 1915. I hid the core data within the enclosing folds of our specimen cages, uncertain Montague will find them. If you read this, my daughter, know that I trusted you to uncover the truth. Poirot's dark eyes glinted as he read. So your father wrote these entries, anticipating Montague's betrayal. Montague forced him to continue, but did not discover the hidden data. This journal preserves the untainted observations, meant for the world, or at least meant for you. Eliza's hand trembled as she brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear. He trusted me more than anyone else. Yet, why hide these pages here, in locations that may be discovered by others before I understood their significance? Poirot leaned forward, studying the journal. Your father understood that Montague had men watching him. By spreading his secrets across multiple compartments, he ensured that only the most determined and worthy inheritor would piece them together. And by entrusting me with deciphering the mechanism, he increased your safeguard. Few could match my particular skills. Eliza nodded slowly. He must have intended for me to discover these during a time of necessity, when the cabinet first arrived here. But what now? This evidence could ruin Montague's reputation, but Montague may still be alive. If he learns that I possess This journal. He might come here himself. Hastings set the journal aside. Then we must move swiftly. We should copy these pages and secure the originals. And have you considered alerting the authorities? Montague's actions constitute academic theft, perhaps even coercion, which is a crime. Poirot shook his head. Be patient, Hastings. If we go to the authorities too soon, Montague may vanish, or worse, harm those in this household. We must first determine whether he has an accomplice here. The butler, Mr. Abbot, we know received his instructions, but if Montague's men lurk beyond these walls, we must identify them. Only then can we involve the police without jeopardizing Miss Groom's safety. Eliza exhaled resolute. Then let us follow Father's final instructions. I will begin by carefully reviewing each page for clues that might reveal Montague's other collaborators. Poirot nodded. Excellent. In the interim, Hastings and I shall question the household. We start with Mr. Abbot. What has he observed? Who visited the manor before the cabinet's arrival? And whether Montague arranged for any unusual deliveries? He paused, eyes flicking toward the closed door. And when night falls, we must ensure the cabinet remains guarded. Montague's agent may attempt to break in. With that, Poirot and Hastings departed to summon Mr. Abbot for further questioning, leaving Eliza to settle by the desk and focus on the journal's pages. The library's heavy curtains were drawn to dim the light, and a single desk lamp cast a steady glow over her father's words. She traced each line deliberately, absorbing every detail, dates, locations, weather notes, searching for anything that might identify other names or hints at possible co-conspirators. Meanwhile, outside, the sky deepened to a steely blue. Doy, the far end of the estate, a figure emerged from the shadows. An obscured visitor who lingered on the edge of the tree line. He adjusted his hat, his coat collar raised against the chill, and his eyes glinted with anticipation. Unseen, he slipped quietly along the perimeter of the gardens, moving toward a side window that offered a view of the library's interior. His presence, silent as a stalking owl, foretold an imminent peril that none within Ravenswood Manor yet understood. Mr. Abbot sat in the dim kitchen hallway, oil lamps glowing faintly on the side tables. His expression was guarded as Hastings entered, the detective's partner at his flank. Abbot rose with a measured courtesy, but did not offer a seat. Instead, he stood still, as though bracing for inquiry. Mr. Abbot, Hastings began gently. We wish to ascertain the nature of Montague's demands. Did he specify which data he sought? Did he send anyone else to supervise the cabinet before it was moved? Abbott's eyes flickered at the mention of Montague's name. He crossed his arms. I indeed received a letter from Mr. Montague, instructing me to ensure that the cabinet remain untouched, that no one open it until Montague himself granted permission. He claimed it contained indispensable material for his next article. I was not to question the contents. But the cabinet was sealed and shipped directly from Kent to Ravenswood. Poirot interjected, having joined them. How did Montague gain knowledge of its mechanisms? Did he ever explicitly mention the carved birds and compartments? Abbott's jaw tightened. No, monsieur. His letter was vague. He referred to an heirloom hiding what I need. I deduced it must be the cabinet when I learned of its arrival. He threatened to settle old debts if I betrayed him. Hastings frowned. Settle old debts? Do? You know what he meant by that. Abbott shifted uncomfortably. Not exactly, but he boasted of connections in London, men who owed him favours. He implied that any interference would bring ruin upon this household, perhaps even legal entanglements. He spoke of exposing secrets not meant for innocent eyes. Poirot's fingers hovered above his moustache. Montague intended more than mere academic credit. He sought leverage, blackmail perhaps, against those who protected your father's legacy. However, his ignorance of the specific sequences suggests that his agents lacked the intricate knowledge needed to open the compartments without guidance. Abbott's face grew pale. I was meant only to prevent access. I never opened the cabinet myself, save to clean it, before I realized what it truly held. Poirot nodded gravely. Miss Groom must be kept safe while she reviews the journal. Will you assist by arranging for discreet protection? We need to alert Captain Hastings if anyone approaches the cabinet at night. Abbott bowed his head. Yes, monsieur. I shall inform the night watchman, though the grounds are seldom patrolled. After dusk, I will see to it that additional lamps are lit, and that no stranger roams the corridors. As Abbott retreated to make preparations, Hastings turned to Poirot. It seems that Montague's plan was to intimidate, not to infiltrate, unless he sends someone tonight. Poirot's gaze darkened. Precisely, Hastings. This night shall be critical. But before darkness fully descends, let us report back to Miss Groom. She may have discovered further names in the journal, names that could expose Montague's network. In the library, Eliza leaned over the journal, her eyes fixed upon entry bordered by a small doodle of crossed feathers. Beside the date August 10th, 1916, were the words, Montague's true motives revealed. He seeks to secure funds for an expedition to the Amazon. He believes that secret reports on eagle migration will grant him a grant from the Royal Society. I cannot allow this theft to go unchallenged. Beneath that, a brief note in another hand scrawled, H.G. You must trust the pavilion at Kent Harbour. Deliver the final bundle to the crate beneath the oaks. If not, my dedication to truth shall perish. Eliza paused, puzzled. What is the pavilion at Kent Harbour and the crate beneath the oaks? Could this be instructions Dad left for someone else? Or perhaps a code I meant to crack? Poirot approached, having followed Hastings back. It appears your father attempted to hide further evidence off-site, in Kent. But that location is meaningless to us now, as the cabinet travelled directly here. Those instructions may have been ignored, or Montague prevented their execution. Nonetheless, the mention of funding for an Amazon expedition confirms his broader ambitions. The Royal Society, seeking novel research, would reward whoever delivered fresh findings. Hastings frowned. Then Montague's intentions extend far beyond academic theft. He craves prestige and wealth. But how does that help us here? Cannot retrieve anything from Kent now. Poirot placed a steady hand on Eliza's shoulder. Perhaps not. But consider this. The crate beneath the oaks could refer to something hidden in the grounds of Ravenswood itself. Oak trees abound. Here, if Montague's agents buried something at Kent, they might replicate a similar hideout here. We must examine the largest oak in the manor's parkland for signs of disturbance. Eliza nodded, determination flickering. Tonight, once I secure the journal and photograph, I will meet you both at the oak overlooking the rose garden. If there is a hiding place there, I shall find it. Poirot enclosed her hand in his. Courage, mademoiselle. And Hastings, be vigilant. If Montague's man appears, do not confront him alone. Seek assistance from the night watchman. Hastings saluted lightly. Understood. Let us prepare for what this night brings. As dusk settled, the library's gas lamp glowed amber, and a hush fell upon Ravenswood Manor. Within, the trio readied themselves for whatever dangers might emerge. Behind the high windows, the sky darkened to obsidian, and the first chill of night winds whispered through the oaks. For each hidden secret uncovered, a new threat had arisen. Now, armed with photograph and journal, they would venture into darkness, undaunted by the spectre of Montague's vengeance, or the perils that lurked among the silent sentinels of the manor's ancient trees. And so, as the clock on the mantel chimed 9, they drew their coats close and stepped into the corridor, resolute in their quest to reveal the final truth that lay buried beneath Ravenswood's starlit canopy. Chapter 6. Beneath the Ancient. Oak moonlight filtered through the towering canopy of Ravenswood's parkland, casting silvered patterns upon the dew-damp grass. Crisp autumn air carried the scent of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke, as though the very night itself conspired to cloak their movements in secrecy. Hercule Poirot, Captain Hastings, and Eliza Groom stood at the edge of the estate's ancient oak grove, lanterns in hand, their breaths visible in the chill. Approaching the largest oak, its gnarled branches wide enough to shade a caravan, they paused to exchange brief, determined glances. "Eliza," Poirot murmured, voice low but assured, "we are at the heart of your father's instructions. Observe the ground around this oak. There should be signs of disturbance, perhaps a patch of earth softer than the rest, or remnants of straw or wood chips, indicating where your father's secret crate may lie, concealed." Hastings knelt, running, a gloved hand over the soil at the base of the towering trunk. "Monsieur Poirot, I believe I see what you mean. Right here, near the eastern root, the earth is uneven, slightly raised, as though someone recently refilled a shallow hole." Poirot nodded, stepping forward. His lantern illuminated the space, revealing faint impressions in the soil. "Very good, Hastings. Eliza, shore up the lantern on that fallen branch so both hands are free." She did so without hesitation. Poirot produced a small trowel from his coat pocket, an implement he habitually carried for investigations of this nature, and began to gently sift away the damp earth. Hastings, protective of Eliza, held his lantern close so that the light would remain focused upon the excavation. "Be careful," he whispered. "We do not know what manner of crate we might uncover, nor what might be concealed within." Poirot's moustache twitched in concentration. "Indeed, Hastings, but your caution is prudent. Elsewhere in my experiences, such crates may contain anything from papers to personal effects, possibly still in a fragile state after so many years." As Poirot worked, Eliza watched anxiously. The moonlit branches swayed overhead, and distant hoots of owls punctuated the silence. After several tense moments, Poirot's trowel struck something solid beneath the soil. He paused, listening for any sound of movement, then carefully cleared away the remaining earth with smooth strokes. Soon the edge of a weathered wooden box appeared, its iron bands rusted but still intact. "Here we are," Poirot announced softly, sliding the last clump of earth aside. "Shall I lift it free?" Hastings stepped forward to assist. Together, He and Poirot grasped the crate's sides and eased it from its shallow tomb. The box's wood creaked ominously, betraying decades of damp and decay, but held firm under their careful hands. Eliza knelt beside them, hands clasped over her heart. "Be cautious," Poirot instructed. "Place it here on the moss-covered mound so we need not handle it more than necessary." They laid the crate gently upon the grass. Poirot probed the iron latch, which resisted slightly before yielding with a quiet click. With a shared glance, equal parts anticipation and sombre reverence, they raised the lid. Inside lay a bundle of parchment sheets rolled and tied with faded ribbon, along with a small leather satchel worn at the seams. The scent of musty paper and leathery oil drifted upward as Poirot lifted the bundle. Eliza's eyes glistened. "Those must be Father's final field reports, his chronicle of raptor studies, and the satchel. I wonder what is inside." Poirot unfurled the parchment, revealing meticulous hand-drawn maps of migration routes, spreads over mountains and rivers, each bird's flight path traced in fine ink, annotated with dates and climatic conditions. "My dear mademoiselle," he said gently, "this is Reginald Groom's magnum opus, his ultimate contribution to ornithology. See, here are the corridors where hawks and eagles soared between the Scottish Highlands and the French plains during the Great War. This information, incomplete without context, would have been invaluable to Montague. Yet you have it now." Eliza's fingers trembled as she accepted the maps. "I can scarcely believe it. Father died without ever completing this work. Yet here it is, hidden beneath these roots for decades. I owe everything to Poirot and Hastings for guiding me." Dunk retrieved the satchel and opened it gingerly. Inside lay a small stack of rejected journal manuscripts, notes and drafts marked with Father's handwritten corrections, as well as 2 jewelled cufflinks bearing a family crest unknown to Eliza. "These must have been personal items, dear. To him," she said, lifting them on slender fingers. Poirot examined the cufflinks. "I have not seen this crest before. It does not match any Groom heraldry I recall. Perhaps these belonged to someone dear to Father, someone he wished to remember. We shall learn of their origin in time. For now, let us secure these findings." He slipped the maps and leather satchel into a canvas satchel he carried, and he handed the maps to Eliza. As they prepared to depart, a sudden rustle among the fallen leaves startled them. From a few paces away, a figure emerged. Mr. Abbot, the butler, his brow damp with exertion. "Monsieur Poirot, Captain Hastings, Mademoiselle Groom," he exclaimed, his voice urgent but hushed. "I heard footsteps and thought it my duty to assist, though I did not know the nature of our mission." Poirot lowered his lantern. "Abbot, you come at a fortuitous moment. We have uncovered your employer's final crate, but we suspect Montague's agent may still be lurking nearby. Did you observe anyone in the vicinity? A shadow moving through the trees, perhaps?" Abbot's lips thinned. "I saw no one, monsieur. The grounds lie silent at this hour, save for the owls and the wind. However, I did notice disturbed foliage near that hedgerow on the northern boundary. Fresh footprints, I believe, of a man leaving in haste." Hastings narrowed his gaze. "Let us examine those footprints. If Montague's accomplice is here to retrieve these maps, he may attempt to return. We would do well to track him back to the edge of the estate. They followed Abbott's direction, lanterns swaying as they moved through the gloom. Across the grass, footprints in the dew were clear, shoe treads stamped deep in the soil. Poirot crouched, observing them closely. These prints are fresh, no older than an hour. The tread pattern indicates a sturdy leather boot, likely of a man who travels often through countryside. Let us follow carefully and silently. Single file, they tracked the footprints toward the hedgerow, which bordered the estate's boundary, beyond which lay bracken and woodland. At the edge, the prints curved, leading uphill toward a low stone wall that delineated the manor's land. The wall's top stones were moss-covered, but one had been recently dislodged, resting on its side. Beside it lay a smouldering ember of a discarded lantern, its light gone cold. Poirot pocketed the ember. "Eliza, Hastings," Poirot said, pointing toward the wall. "Montague's agent must have climbed over here to leave the estate. If we crossed to the other side, we might find where he retreated into the woods. He cannot have gone far, for the bracken would cover his trail quickly." Eliza shivered, though not from cold. "I will go with you. If anyone comes for these maps, they must not find them or these cufflinks." Hastings' expression was resolute. "We shall move swiftly. Abbott, remain here, but stand guard. Should any sound reach you, call out at once, and we will return to your aid." Abbott saluted, readying himself to defend the oak's clearing. Poirot, Hastings, and Eliza scaled the low wall with surprising agility. Eliza landed lightly on the other side, her lantern illuminating a small clearing. Here, the ground was littered with fallen leaves, and beyond, a dense thicket of brambles and young birches formed a natural barrier. The footprints continued, leading beneath a low-hanging branch, then disappeared into the vegetation. Poirot held up a hand to halt the others. At this point, our quarry likely slowed, perhaps to assess his route. The brambles are thick. He may have woven a path through to a neighbouring field, or sought a concealed route back to the road. Eliza pointed to a narrow spit of ground, between brambles and a shallow ditch. "There, see how the leaves have been disturbed? It's almost as though someone pressed through, emerging just beyond." Poirot nodded. "Yes, follow me." Carefully stepping over damp leaves, Poirot tested the ground, finding a faint clearest path. He took a few strides, pressing aside brambles with his gloved hand, and emerged into another glade, where the moonlight was more muted. A narrow dirt track curved away, flanked by bracken that reached waist-high. Alongside it, the crates of a small coal-laden cart were visible, but no driver remained. "Hastings, observe the tracks beside the cart. Fresh wheel ruts." Poirot knelt, examining the wheels' indentations. They lead toward the east, down to the winding lane that skirts Ravenswood Manor. If our man hoped to escape in a vehicle, he would have headed there. The question is, did he arrange for a rendezvous? And which direction did he travel after that? Eliza's voice was determined. "Then we must head to the lane. Perhaps we will spot his vehicle, a motor car without lights or a horse-drawn cart waiting in the darkness." Hastings pointed eastward. "That direction leads to the village road. Montague's agent could have flagged down a passing coach. If so, he might have slipped beyond our reach before morning." Poirot considered for a moment. "No, mon ami. Montague's agent would require secrecy. He would not risk a public road unless absolutely certain of no witnesses. More likely, he turned north toward the old coach road that passes under the railway bridge. From there, he could reach London undetected. Eliza pressed her hand to Poirot's arm. "What should we do? We have the maps, father's papers, the cufflinks, yet he escapes for now." Poirot's face softened. "We have achieved our greatest aim. For this night at least, we have recovered your father's hidden legacy. Montague's agent has succeeded in escaping, but we have his faint trail. In time, the local constabulary, guided by these clues, might apprehend him. But now, let us return, for the night grows colder, and our work continues tomorrow." They retraced their steps beneath the branches, pausing to ensure no pursuer was hidden in the shadows. When they reached the low wall, Abbot stood ready, breath clouding in the chill air. Eliza stepped back over, and Hastings assisted Poirot as he descended. Once reunited, they closed the crate with care, sealing it with a piece of father's ribbon, symbolic of their respect for the Groom legacy. "Abbot," Poirot said quietly, "keep watch here until dawn. Do not stray. If anyone approaches, sound the alarm." Abbot nodded solemnly. "Yes, Monsieur Poirot, I will remain vigilant." The three made their way back to the manor, lanterns bobbing as they moved along the garden path. Their hearts were heavy with both triumph and fear. They had reclaimed precious knowledge, yet Montague's network remained at large. As they reached the library door, Eliza turned to address her companions. "Thank you, both of you, for guiding me. Father's legacy is no longer fragmented. It is whole again. I wish he had been here to see this moment." Poirot placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Your father's spirit lives on through you, mademoiselle. He trusted you to restore his work, and you have done so with unwavering courage. Now, tomorrow, we shall catalogue these findings, secure them with proper authorities, and ensure that Montague's misdeeds are exposed." Hastings offered a warm smile. "Tonight, rest. Mademoiselle, tomorrow we chart the path forward." As they entered the warm glow of the library, the towering shelves and silent portraits welcomed them, bearing witness to the unfolding of another chapter in Ravenswood Manor's storied history. The crate lay upon the desk, nestled beside the cabinet that had revealed so many secrets. Within those wooden walls, Reginald Groom's life-work stood safeguarded. Yet even as the fire crackled and the clock ticked past midnight, a faint knock on the window-pane drew their attention, almost imperceptible, yet laden with menace. Hercule Poirot's eyes narrowed. "Come, Hastings, let us see who calls upon us at this hour." Hand in hand, Poirot and Hastings approached the window. Eliza hovered behind them, heart pounding. Outside in the moonlit garden, a solitary figure stood, raven-haired, cloaked, features indistinct beneath a wide-brimmed hat. The figure raised a gloved hand in silent greeting, then vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a single white feather, drifting slowly to the sill. Eliza gasped, picking up the feather. A white plume, like a dove's. What message does this convey? Poirot drifted to Eliza's side, taking the feather and examining it closely. A symbol of peace, or perhaps of warning. Montague's agent knows we have succeeded tonight. This is no mere farewell. It is a sign that their eyes remain upon us, and that the final confrontation draws near. Hastings exhaled. Then we must be ready. Their next move may come swiftly. Eliza clutched the feather, a mixture of resolve and trepidation in her gaze. I am prepared, Monsieur Poirot. Father entrusted me with the truth. Now I shall see it protected, whatever the cost. Poirot's subtle smile reassured her. Together, mon ami, we shall ensure justice is served. Montague's era of deceit ends here at Ravenswood. As the firelight danced across their determined faces, dawn's first glimmer carried a silent promise. The secrets unfolded beneath the ancient oak had illuminated a path forward, but the final reckoning remained to be written, and so, within the hushed walls of Ravenswood Manor, the stage was set for the concluding drama, where loyalty, truth, and the indomitable spirit of a daughter's devotion would face down the shadows of the past. Chapter 7. The Web of Deceit. Unravel's dawn broke over Ravenswood Manor in a pale wash of mist and muted pink light, as though the world itself hesitated before unveiling the truths that Poirot and his companions would soon confront. In the library, Eliza Groom stirred beside the desk where her father's crate lay open. The fragile maps and journals spread before her like fragments of a shattered mirror. Hastings, seated in a wing-back chair near the hearth, stirred the embers to life, while Poirot stood, pince-nez perched on his nose, considering the evidence with a precise intensity. "Eliza," Poirot began, voice soft but insistent, "the feather left last night was not merely a warning, it is a declaration of intent. Montague's agent wishes us to know that he still holds the initiative, despite our success at recovering the crate. We must act swiftly if we are to anticipate his next move." Eliza nodded, brushing a loose strand of chestnut hair behind her ear. "I understand, Monsieur Poirot. I have sent for Mrs. Pennington and Mr. Tremaine to join us here. If they arrive soon, we may set in motion a plan to secure these papers and expose Montague's machinations once and for all." Hastings tilted his head thoughtfully. "It would be prudent to involve the local constabulary, Monsieur Poirot. If we present the maps, the journals, and the photograph to the authorities, Montague cannot evade arrest without raising suspicion. But I am concerned that Montague's agent might preempt us. He could deliver a falsified copy of the maps to the Royal Society, claiming ownership." Poirot's moustache quivered as he considered this. "Indeed, Hastings. That is why we must isolate Montague's agent before he can transmit any forged research. His departure last night was hurried. If we trace his course, perhaps we can intercept him at the railway station, or even before. Meanwhile, we must ensure that the original maps remain under lock and key." At that moment, the library doors swung open to admit Mrs. Pennington, prim and composed, followed by Mr. Tremaine, whose face revealed a tension he could barely conceal. Poirot greeted them with a courteous nod. "Monsieur Tremaine, Mrs. Pennington," he said, gesturing toward the spread documents. "Thank you for arriving so promptly. I trust you slept well." "Not precisely, Monsieur Poirot," Tremaine admitted, voice cautious. "I lay awake pondering the safety of these papers. The butler has reported strange lights and furtive figures near the boundary. It seems that Montague's agent did not vanish simply into the night, but continues to lurk nearby." Poirot inclined his head gravely. "Your concern is justified, monsieur. Montague's agent left a white feather, a symbol suggesting either peace or surrender. but I interpret it as a final act of intimidation. He wants us to know he is unafraid of our knowledge. Therefore, the essential matter before us is to safeguard these items and expose Montague with irrefutable evidence. Mrs. Pennington, ever the consummate housekeeper, spoke quietly. "If I may, Monsieur Poirot, I will arrange for the cast-iron chest in the Manor's vault to be opened. It is secured by triple locks, accessible only by my master's key, Mr. Tremaine's and yours. There we may store these papers until you see fit to reveal them to the authorities." Poirot smiled, appreciative of her efficiency. "Excellently done, Madame Pennington. In the meantime, I wish to hear from each of you whether you suspect any other member of the household of collusion with Montague. Monsieur Tremaine, you overheard the dispute between your father and Montague in London. Perhaps you recall any details that might identify conspirators." Tremaine's gaze flickered as he replied, "I recall that Montague had a manservant in London, a fellow named Pierce, who handled correspondence and occasionally travelled on his behalf. It is plausible that this Pierce accompanied Montague's agent this far into Kent. I suspect that if anyone within Ravenswood is compromised, they would be those with direct access. Mr. Abbot, or perhaps one of the groundskeepers." Eliza's expression tightened. "I find that hard to believe of Mr. Abbot. He has been nothing but faithful to my father's memory, though last night he admitted to being threatened. The groundskeepers, however, especially young Mr. Carter, have little loyalty to the groom family. Mr. Carter was dismissed last summer after a dispute over wages. He could hold a grudge." Hastings's eyes narrowed. "Then we must speak with Carter before he suspects anything. If he was bribed or threatened by Montague's agent, he might reveal vital information when confronted. I will fetch him now." It was then Hastings left to seek out the former groundskeeper. Poirot turned to Mrs. Pennington. "Madam, please summon Mr. Tremaine's clerk, Miss Lillian Fairchild, to this chamber. She manages your solicitor's written affairs, and might recognize correspondence heading to Montague. If she has retained copies of any letters, we must review them for clues." Mrs. Pennington curtsied and departed to fulfil the request, leaving Poirot, Tremaine, and Eliza to contemplate the path ahead. Moments later, Miss Fairchild arrived, her neat bun and modest attire reflecting a prim professionalism. She nodded to Poirot. "Monsieur Poirot, you asked for me." "Yes, mademoiselle," he replied, motioning to a seat near the fire. "We are in dire need of any correspondence you have copied for Mr. Tremaine that might relate to Montague's communications. We seek to understand when and how Montague's agent issued orders, whether he was promised payment or given instructions that betray his accomplices." Fairchild slipped a leather satchel from her shoulder, placing it on a nearby table. "Monsieur, I have indeed retained carbon copies of pertinent letters, particularly the one Mr. Tremaine received from London, regarding your father's field research. I believe these will be instructive." She withdrew several sheets of finely embossed letterhead, each bearing Montague's distinctive crest, a stylized eagle clutching a quill, followed by his forceful handwriting. The earliest letter, dated September 3rd, 1922, read, "Dr. Groom, it has come to my attention that you possess migration data, which, if publicized under my auspices, could secure substantial funding and recognition. I urge you to reconsider denial. Should you continue to resist, I shall ensure that your inaccurate observations cast doubt upon your reputation." 2. Montague, FRS. Poirot bent over the letter, reading each line with meticulous attention. Note how he threatens to discredit your father's reputation if he does not comply. He uses his status as a Fellow of the Royal Society to intimidate. The next letter, Fairchild produced a second letter, dated September 14th, 1922. Miss Groom, your father's condition has rapidly deteriorated. It is my understanding that his daughters might find solace in uniting our research for posterity. Your acquiescence would be the final tribute to a colleague I once esteemed, awaiting your favourable response. T. Montague. Eliza's eyes brimmed with sorrow. My father never sent this to me. Montague must have intercepted our mail at Kent. Poirot nodded. Gravely. Indeed. By sending misleading letters, he sought to manipulate you directly, sowing confusion. However, notice the shift in tone, from veiled threat to deceitful empathy. He crafts each missive to nurture trust, then to exploit it. Miss Fairchild handed a final letter, dated October 3rd, 1922. Mr. Groom, I shall be in Ravenswood next week to reconcile our partnership and prepare your data for publication. I trust you will have no objections to my presence. T. Montague. Poirot's eyes flashed. So Montague planned to arrive personally at Ravenswood. His failure to appear suggests that your father's sudden passing prevented their meeting, yet he would have understood the existence of the cabinet and its secrets. Therefore, he dispatched an agent to retrieve the materials clandestinely. Tremaine stood. With these letters, we can prove Montague's intent before the law. But first, we must identify the agent's identity. Miss Fairchild, did your copies include any postmarks or courier details? Fairchild frowned thoughtfully. The letter of September 3rd bears the London frank of Montague's main office. The others, however, lack proper seals. They arrived by private courier. The courier's name, Goldsmith, appears faintly in a postage note on the envelope of October 1st. Poirot's moustache twitched. Goldsmith, an alias perhaps, but it could be genuine. If that courier accompanied Montague's agent, then we must locate him as well. Do you recall the courier's description? Fairchild nodded. A tall fellow, well dressed in dark clothes, eyes a bit too bright. He seemed nervous, as though expecting payment for silence. Eliza clenched her fists. Now I see how they intended to operate. Montague at Ravenswood, courier to deliver letters, then agent to extract the cabinet's contents. We must track Goldsmith. Hastings, have you located Mr. Carter? At that moment, Hastings re-entered, wiping soil from his hands. I have, mademoiselle. Mr. Carter resides in the gardener's cottage near the west gate. I spoke with him and his wife. He admitted that 2 nights ago, a stranger matched the courier's description, wearing an overcoat with a hood, visited him. The man offered a handsome sum to dig a hole beneath the oak and retrieve a crate. Carter accepted, but the stranger never returned, leaving him with the dig. When Carter unearthed the empty box, he grew suspicious and buried it again, intending to demand his payment. He then refused further contact with the stranger. That stranger must be the agent Montague sent. Poirot clasped Hastings on the shoulder. Exactly so, Hastings. Carter's story confirms the method. The agent commissioned the digging, left without paying, then returned under cover of night to try again. This explains why he appeared at the oak last night, to retrieve the crate after our departure. Fortunately, we intercepted him." Eliza exhaled, relief and determination mingling. "So, the agent remains at large, Goldsmith perhaps among them. Do you think he still seeks the crate?" Poirot's look hardened. "Undoubtedly. There remains one final step. We must lure him into a trap. Tomorrow morning, I propose we publish a notice implying that Miss Groom will be reviewing her father's work in the library. We hide within, and when the agent comes to seize the maps, he will reveal himself." Tremaine nodded. "I will draft the notice tonight. We can post it on the library door at dawn. Meanwhile, we must secure lodging for Eliza away from the manor, just in case the agent targets her directly." Eliza shook her head. "No, Monsieur Tremaine. I have no intention of ceding my rightful home. If the agent comes for me, he will find all of you watching. I stand with you." Poirot smiled, admiration flickering in his dark eyes. "Very well, mademoiselle. Your courage matches that of your late father. Then let us prepare. Tonight we shall remain close to the library, and in the morning the truth will catch the thief unawares." As they dispersed to their tasks, Mrs. Pennington to the vault, Tremaine to his desk, Hastings to secure Carter's cooperation, and Poirot to plan the ambush, Eliza lingered at the window, gazing out toward the ancient oaks. A sense of finality filled the air, as if the convergence of every secret, every betrayal, and every pang of remorse had guided them inexorably to this moment. And deep in the grove beyond, a lone breeze set a white feather drifting over the grass, as though whispering, "The final act is nigh." Chapter 8. The ambush at dawn. Pale lavender light drew back the veil of night over Ravenswood Manor, heralding the coming day with an air of solemn expectation. In the library, candles flickered across the walnut shelves, casting dancing shadows that seemed to breathe with anticipation. Hercule Poirot crouched behind a low settee near the bay window, his keen gaze fixed upon the door. Captain Hastings, perched beside him on a cushioned stool, clutching a stout walking stick as one might hold a weapon. Eliza Groom, seated at the desk where her father's crate and field notes lay stored in a locked leather satchel, tightened her grip on the brooch, a silver dove pinned to her lapel. Monsieur Tremaine, having affixed the notice to the library door, stood at the threshold with crossed arms, his thin lips pressed into a firm line. Mrs. Pennington hovered near the inner doorway, her posture rigid as she anticipated the day's confrontation. Mr. Abbott, the butler, walked quietly along, the walls ensuring that every window was latched and that no back hall door might admit an unwelcome intruder. The hush that enveloped them was not made of silence alone, but of purpose entwined with trepidation. Poirot exhaled slowly, his waxed moustache twitching with concentration. "My friends, in the coming moments we shall see whether Montague's agent is as brazen as we suspect. He will read our notice, believe that the papers remain unguarded, and enter unchallenged. It is within these doors that justice will find him." Hastings nodded solemnly. "I wonder, though, what disguise might he assume? Will he come in the guise of a solicitor, or simply a labourer claiming to perform repairs?" Eliza exchanged a glance with Hastings. He might also disguise himself as a journal clerk or a courier, intending to steal the maps before any questions are asked. Father's journals, his private letters, they would be invaluable to Montague for forging provenance, At that moment, the grandfather clock in the corner chimed 6 times. The metallic notes reverberated through the room, causing Mrs. Pennington to start slightly. Tremaine tapped his foot. He must arrive within the hour, if he is to claim our bait before the rising sun. We must remain vigilant. Across the corridor, the library door bore a professionally printed notice. Notice to interested parties. The private documents entrusted to Miss Eliza Groom will be reviewed here today, from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. Inquiries may be addressed to Mr. Lawrence Tremaine. Any unauthorized removal will be prosecuted. Beyond that door, the corridor remained silent, except for the faint scratching of a pen, as Poirot nervously, though deftly, jotted final notes to himself on a scrap of notepaper. Hastings' cane rose and fell in his lap in a subtle rhythm, betraying his tension. Eliza turned to Poirot in a whisper. What if Montague's agent chooses to strike after the notice period, waiting until we disperse? How do we know he will appear during these hours? Poirot's small eyes gleamed with assurance. Because he will believe that during these specified hours the documents are unattended, or at least superficially so. Montague's agent possesses confidence born of arrogance. He will assume that none of us would remain hidden in the library while the notice is posted. His sense of impunity is his greatest weakness. Hastings chuckled softly. A weakness indeed. I suspect he will reveal himself sooner rather than later, especially if Montague has offered him a generous reward. Greed, after all, clouds judgment. Eliza gave a faint, determined smile. I only hope he arrives before 8. The longer we wait, the more likely he realizes the trap and abandons his mission. Tremaine cleared his throat. Gentlemen, time moves steadily. Should I remain here to meet any claimant, or should I take position behind you to provide assistance? Poirot waved him to a low armchair near the fireplace. Your presence is welcome, Monsieur Tremaine, for if the agent flees, we must ensure he is pursued immediately. Your status as solicitor might give credence to his belief that the documents reside here with official sanction. Sit quietly and observe any who enter. With Tremaine settled, Mrs. Pennington gently closed the inner door that led to the corridor. A faint click of the lock sounded, its solemn echo sealing their fate for the next 2 hours. The library's windows offered a view of the dew-dappled rose garden beyond. Petals wilted under the weight of dawn's dampness. Yet all eyes remained on the bolted door, as if willing it to swing open with a flourish of confrontation. Minutes passed in a taut hush. Hastings shifted slightly, peering over the back of his seat. I believe I hear footsteps beyond the door, soft but purposeful. Poirot's forehead creased. Indeed. Listen, someone approaches. Prepare yourselves. A hush fell over the group as muffled steps became audible, followed by the quiet thud of heavy leather boots tapping against the corridor's hardwood floor. A pause, then a low voice addressing the door. Good morning. I am Mr. Emmanuel Carter, representing the Groom Estate's interests. I come to inspect the private documents concerning field research, per instructions from Mr. Tremaine. Poirot stifled a triumphant smile behind his moustache. The agent uses Carter's name. Clever, if misguided. He hopes to sow confusion. He assumes that Carter, the dismissed groundskeeper, would have cause to examine your father's papers. Hastings clenched his jaw. He maligns an innocent man to aid his deceit. We must not allow him any foothold. Poirot nodded subtly. Stay, calm. Let him enter, but do not reveal yourselves. He must believe Tremaine sent him. Tremaine rose, stepped toward the door, and withdrew the polished brass key from his pocket. With a deep breath, he unlocked the door and opened it with a measured air. A slight man in a dark overcoat and flat cap stood there, his tall frame hunched as though bracing against the chill. A tattered scarf partially concealed his face, and a pair of wire-rimmed spectacles rested low on his nose. In his gloved right hand he held a slim leather satchel. Carefully, Tremaine stepped aside and allowed the stranger to enter. "Mr. Carter?" he intoned, his voice polite but cool. "The documents lie on the desk." The stranger glanced around, eyes flicking to the locked iron chest, to the leather satchel bearing the groom crest, then to Eliza at the desk. The gloved hand holding the satchel tightened. "Thank you, sir. I will begin my review." He set his satchel down on a side table and strode toward the desk. At the same moment, Hastings stifled a cough behind his hand, and Poirot poised himself near the window, ready to obstruct any hasty flight. Tremaine remained near the doorway, prepared to close it at a moment's notice. The impostor seated himself at the desk, lifted the satchel's flap, and drew out a phial of ink and a small nibbed pen, an affectation meant to impersonate Carter's once-established habit of signing delivery receipts. He placed the ink and pen between the maps and opened the satchel again, revealing a bundle of folded papers printed with the Royal Society's letterhead. He pulled out one of these sheets and studied it. Eliza's breath caught as she watched him, every nerve in her body alert. He appears eager, far too eager. That letterhead may be his credential. "Hastings, can you see his writs?" Hastings leaned forward, angling his seat. "He seems to have one letter from the Royal Society, plausibly matching Montague's instructions. But notice this. His handwriting on the delivered letter does not match Carter's scripted style from Tremaine's archives." Poirot gestured with a subtle nod. "Hastings, let us watch his next move. Tremaine, remain at the door. If he attempts to unmask himself or seize the maps, restrain him." The man at the desk carefully unfolded a map, tracing the inked routes of the Golden Eagle's migration with his index finger. His spectacles glinted in the morning light. Hastily, he reached for one of the field journals and flipped through it, scanning entries as though searching for an obscured annotation. Suddenly, he froze, as though recognizing something in the margin. He withdrew a thin slip of paper from his pocket, an approximation of one he had stolen from Tremaine's clerk, and placed it beside the entry. A smirk crossed his lips. Poirot tensed. He has inserted a falsified note. He cannot be allowed to succeed. He crept forward, edging toward the impostor. Hastings rose slowly, attempting to maintain composure. "Sir," he spoke quietly, "you do not have permission to alter these documents." Startled, the man spun in his chair, knocking over the ink bottle, which shattered against the desk and sent a dark stain spreading across the leather-bound journal. He leapt to his feet, eyes wide with panic. I am Mr. Carter, solicitor's agent. I must authenticate these papers before they are forwarded to the Royal Society." Tremaine's face hardened. "No, you are not Carter. Carter is employed as groundskeeper and bore no position to inspect these materials. I demand your identification." The impostor's face paled. He brandished a rolled-up letter with Montague's crest. "This letter instructs me, Eliza. Do you recognize that crest?" Hastings whispered urgently. Eliza stared at the letter, then flung it aside with disgust. "Montague's crest, yes, but this letter is forged. He has manipulated Montague's name to gain entry." Poirot sprang from behind the settee, his gait swift and decisive. "You dare invoke Montague's name and defile these sacred records? I must ask you to remove your hat." The man froze, as if confronted by a spectral presence. I cannot. My head is cold." Tremaine advanced. "Lower your cap and present yourself properly, or you will face immediate arrest." With trembling hands, the impostor tugged his cap from his head, revealing a shock of dark hair matted by sweat. Hastings recognized that face from the photograph Eliza had found earlier. Tangled brows, narrow eyes, a crooked nose. "Sir, Thomas?" Hastings voiced, incredulous. The man's face contorted. "Carter? No, you're mistaken." Hastings clenched his fist. "Montague's agent, Pierce. You were Montague's courier in London. It is you who dug at the oak, seeking to retrieve these journals." Eliza rose, eyes blazing. "We know your identity. You are the one who threatened Father, who forced him into hiding his research. Now you come here under false pretenses to steal what remains of his legacy." Pierce's jaw tensed. He clenched the desk's edge. "You fools! Montague promised me a lavish reward for those papers. I had no choice but to obey his orders. Any man would do the same for such wealth." Poirot stepped forward, his countenance calm but unyielding. "You had a choice, nonetheless. You chose greed over honor, deceit over integrity. For that you will pay." At the word pay, Pierce lunged toward the desk, snatching a journal. Hastings reacted immediately, hefting his walking stick and striking Pierce's arm. The journal skidded across the polished floor. Pierce wrestled free of Hastings' grasp and bolted toward the door, attempting to fling it open. Suddenly, Tremaine and Abbott surged into the corridor, slamming the door shut before he could escape outside. With a groan of hinges, the heavy door yielded to both Tremaine's weight and Pierce's shoulder, but Hastings lunged to hold it. Poirot, with a swift movement, grasped Pierce's shoulder and twisted him back into the room. Enduring Pierce's desperate struggle, Poirot and Hastings forced him to the floor. Abbott closed in, pinning Pierce's arms behind his back. Tremaine retrieved a length of rope from his satchel, and the butler bound Pierce's wrists with precise knots. Eliza bent to retrieve her fallen journal, while Poirot ensured Pierce remained subdued. Tremaine exhaled, stepping back into the library, with a heavy sigh. That took courage, though there may yet be consequences. We must notify the constabulary and ensure that Montague stands trial for both his theft and his coercion. Hastings flexed his fingers, bruised from the scuffle. Yes, we have him now. Pierce's testimony will unravel Montague's entire scheme. Eliza closed her father's journal and placed it gently on the desk. Her gaze rested on Pierce, now seated on the library floor, his head bowed in shame. Father's work remains intact, and now the man who sought to destroy it is caught. Poirot studied the bound figure with solemn eyes. "True, my dear. Yet the wounds left by betrayal cannot always be measured in paper and ink. Nevertheless, justice advances, and that is what your father would have wished. Eliza's voice was soft, but steady. He would have wanted the truth known, no matter the cost. Hastings offered her a reassuring nod. And we will see it done. Tremaine pinned a note to the binding of Montague's forged letter. Evidence for the Crown. Do not remove. He then unlocked the iron chest, depositing Pierce's captured correspondence alongside Father's maps and journals. Mrs. Pennington strode in to observe, her stern expression softening with relief. With the morning light streaming through the windows, the library no longer felt ominous, but triumphant. A sanctum where shadowy schemes had been dispelled by truth. Eliza placed the silver dove brooch back upon her lapel, an emblem of hope amidst the wreckage of the past. Outside, the quiet stir of servants beginning their morning duties heralded a return to normalcy. Yet within these walls, the hum of satisfaction reverberated through every shelf and tome. In this moment, the legacy of Reginald Groom was fully restored. His research, once threatened by greed and deceit, stood inviolate, awaiting its eventual publication under the rightful stewardship of his daughter. And Montague's machinations, laid bare by courage and cunning, would crumble in the full light of scrutiny, ensuring that no man could claim as his own the work of another. For now, Poirot allowed himself a brief smile, knowing that another chapter in the annals of Ravenswood Manor had concluded, though in the grand tapestry of justice many threads yet remained to be woven. Eliza's stern expression softened slightly. "Your regret cannot undo what was done. But I accept your apology, Pierce. Now, let us see Montague face justice." An hour later, as the morning sun climbed higher, the library's heavy doors swung open to admit a pair of constables led by Sergeant Collins of the Kent Constabulary. Tremaine stood by the door, formal arrest warrant in hand, while Poirot and Hastings followed behind him, and Eliza approached steadily, the silver dove gleaming on her lapel. Pierce, now unbound, sat with his back to the hearth, head lowered. In contrition, Collins, a stout man with a trim moustache of his own, doffed his cap. "Good morning, Miss Groom, Mr. Poirot. We have received a warrant for the arrest of a Dr. Thomas Montague of 14 Kensington Terrace. A description and details provided by Mr. Pierce here. We understand you have recovered certain stolen documents, and Pierce has made a full confession." Collins gestured to his younger colleague. "Walker, you will accompany us to London. I expect we may require assistance from Scotland Yard, but we shall commence by visiting the address specified. Miss Groom, I understand you have been personally victimized by the theft of your father's work. Is there any further evidence you wish to provide before we depart?" Eliza approached the desk where the leather satchel and journals remained. With a steady hand, she withdrew a small envelope containing the photograph of Reginald Groom and Montague standing together in the war-torn fields. "Sergeant," she said, voice controlled, "I believe this photograph may be of service. It depicts Montague with my father in November 1915 at their field site in France. It suggests an earlier collaboration, one that Montague now denies. Perhaps this will aid in framing the full scope of his deceit and his career's fraudulent foundations." Collins took the photograph, examining the back's inscription. "Reginald Groom, Field site, November 12th, 1915. With thanks to Thomas Montague, signed by your father." He glanced at Montague's engraved seal and nodded. "Very good, Miss Groom. This will accompany our report. We will depart immediately. Miss Fair, please ensure Pierce is escorted to the station once we leave. We shall try to arrange a liaison with Scotland Yard for Redford's apprehension." With that, the constables exited, porte-cochere's hinges throbbing in their wake. Hastings interlocked arms with Eliza. "You've done him justice, mademoiselle. Now we shall see Montague face the consequences of his actions." Poirot placed a gentle hand on Eliza's shoulder. "Your father's research is restored, and your pursuit of truth is complete, save for Montague's final reckoning. Yet the weight of these events rests lightly upon you, no? Will you be returning to Kent, or do you wish to accompany us to London?" Eliza's eyes glistened with resolve. "I intend to remain here with the proceedings, Monsieur Poirot. My father's memory deserves that final measure of dignity, even if Montague never truly confesses before a full court." Poirot smiled, admiration and affection in his gaze. "Very well. We shall make the necessary arrangements. Captain Hastings, would you help Miss Groom lock up the documents in the iron chest once more? We cannot risk another intrusion." Hastings nodded. "Of course. Come, Miss Groom." He led her to the desk, where she carefully placed the journals and maps back into their locked satchel, then into the chest. With Tremaine's key and Poirot's, he secured the lid. Mrs. Pennington and Mr. Abbot approached, offering silent assistance. As the lid closed with a firm click, a sense of finality rippled through the library. The documents lay safe once more, no longer hidden behind carved birds and secret compartments, but in plain sight, shielded by Justice's vigilant hand. Eliza exhaled, her shoulders relaxing fractionally. Poirot surveyed the assembled group. Eliza, Hastings, Tremaine, Pennington, Abbot, his dark eyes reflecting pride and empathy. "My friends, we have borne witness to the unmasking of a web of deceit woven by Montague. Pierce's confession, the arrest warrant, and the photograph shall bring him to justice. Yet, in truth, the greatest victory is that of knowledge returned to where it belongs, in the hands of the rightful heir." Eliza rose, straightening her shoulders. "Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. Your guidance has been invaluable. Without you and Captain Hastings, I doubt I would have recovered father's legacy." Poirot inclined his head, modest yet pleased. "Mademoiselle, it is you who possess the courage and determination to see this through. I merely provided a gentle nudge, an essential spice in any recipe of justice. Now, as for Montague, we shall follow the constables to London. But before we depart, perhaps we should commemorate this moment, however briefly." He gestured toward an ornate silver pitcher on the desk. Hastings poured 3 small glasses of elderflower cordial from Mrs. Pennington's substitute for celebratory champagne, and they raised them in a quiet toast. "To truth," Eliza said, voice steady and clear. "To justice," Hastings added. "To Reginald Groom," Poirot concluded, his moustache twitching in a rare smile. "May his work endure beyond the bounds of greed and betrayal." They drank, the cordial sweetness echoing hope that lingered like a sunrise across the stained glass of Ravenswood's windows. In that moment the past's shadows receded, and a brighter future beckoned, a future where Reginald Groom's passion for ornithology would be known and respected, untainted by Montague's schemes. And though Montague's fate lay pending in London's courts, within the library's warm embrace, Eliza felt a profound sense of peace. Her father's legacy was whole again, safeguarded by truth and preserved by those who loved him most. Chapter 10. Justice in the Halls of Whitehall. The carriage rattled over the cobbled lanes of Kent as Hercule Poirot, Captain Hastings, and Eliza Groom journeyed toward London, the hum of wheels the only companion to their thoughts. Dawn's pale light gave way to midday grey as the city's silhouette loomed on the horizon. Ravenswood Manor's tranquil grounds, where justice had dawned so brightly, were now far behind them. Ahead lay Whitehall's imposing facades, halls of law and judgment where Thomas Montague's fate would be decided. Eliza sat opposite Poirot in the carriage, her hands folded neatly in her lap, eyes distant yet resolute. Hastings occupied the seat beside the coachman, his gaze fixed on the passing roadside inns and market gardens. The air inside the carriage was thick with anticipation, a mixture of hope for vindication and anxiety for the unknown. "Miss Groom," Poirot began in his precise manner, "you display admirable composure. I wonder, will you address the magistrate, or shall I?" Eliza met his gaze, her grey-green eyes steady. "Monsieur Poirot, if I might speak on father's behalf, I wish to present his work in person. I cannot imagine anyone else articulating what it truly represents." Poirot inclined his head gravely. "Very well. Your voice carries the weight of truth. As for the charges against Montague, we have Pierce's confession, Carter's testimony regarding the crate, and the photograph proving Montague's complicity. These shall form the foundation of the prosecution." Hastings, overhearing, chimed in from his vantage point. "And let us not forget Redford, Montague's butler. If he collaborated in moving documents or forging papers, he must answer as well." Eliza nodded. "Yes, we must ensure that no accomplice remains free to diminish father's legacy further." The coach clattered to a halt at the entrance of the Kent Magistrates' Court, a stately stone building whose columns bore the weight of centuries. Hastings paid the driver, and the trio stepped onto the wide steps. Inside, they were greeted by greying clerks and the muted clamour of gavels and echoing footsteps. Poirot led them to the magistrate's chamber, where Mr. Tremaine awaited, having already filed the necessary paperwork. The magistrate, a stern-faced man with silver hair and spectacles, regarded them from behind a bench. "Miss Groom, I understand. You wish to appear before me regarding the arrest of Dr. Thomas Montague and his accomplice, Mr. Thomas Pierce. Is that correct?" Eliza stepped forward with her back straight. "Yes, Your Honour. I am Eliza Groom, daughter and heir of the late Reginald Groom. I wish to testify and present evidence concerning Montague's theft and coercion of my father's research." The magistrate nodded, folding his hands over a stack of documents. "Very well. Please be seated, Miss Groom. Mr. Poirot as counsel for the defence, Mr. Hastings to assist the prosecution, Mr. Tremaine representing the Groom estate." Poirot stood to one side, adjusting his pince-nez. "I shall be present in a limited capacity, Your Honour, should questions of technical detail regarding the Cabinet's mechanisms arise. Captain Hastings will accompany Miss Groom in giving evidence." Hastings inclined his head. "I am ready, Your Honour." Tremaine took his seat at the council table, producing Pierce's signed statement. "Your Honour, I submit the following as evidence. The confession of Thomas Pierce, confirming Montague's plan to steal and publish my client's research, Carter's written testimony of his coerced digging, and the photograph of Montague with Reginald Groom, dated November 1915, establishing their collaboration and Montague's duplicity." The magistrate skimmed the papers, then turned to Eliza. "Miss Groom, will you please relate, truthfully and to the best of your knowledge, the sequence of events leading to your father's research being hidden within the cabinet and subsequently removed from your possession?" Eliza inhaled, gathering her composure, then spoke with clarity. "My father, a passionate ornithologist, commissioned an ornate cabinet, known as the Cabinet of Birds, to house his carved specimens and, secretly, to conceal his field research. He foresaw threats to his work from a rival, Dr. Thomas Montague, whom he encountered in France in 1915. Montague coveted the migration data my father had collected during the Great War. On October 2nd, 1922, my father wrote to me, instructing me on the sequential removal of carved birds to reveal hidden compartments containing his notes, a gold locket revealing a youthful love, and ultimately his final journals and maps. These contained extensive studies of raptor migration, material never meant to be published by any but my father himself. After my father's death, the cabinet was transported from Kent to Ravenswood Manor. Montague, seeking to claim my father's work as his own, sent his agent Mr. Pierce to retrieve the secret documents. First, Carter was coerced to dig beneath an oak tree to retrieve the crate location, but without success. Then Pierce arrived under false pretenses, forging letters, and intending to steal the last compartment. He was apprehended before he could do so. Pierce has since confessed, and we recovered the research. I humbly request that Montague be charged with theft, blackmail, and fraudulent misrepresentation. The magistrate nodded gravely. "Thank you, Miss Groom. Your testimony is compelling. I will commit this case to the grand jury for indictment. In the meantime, Dr. Montague is to remain in custody, pending transfer to Bow Street for arraignment. Mr. Pierce, your cooperation will be noted. You will be remanded to the local lockup until transport is arranged. Is there anything further, Mr. Tremaine?" Tremaine rose. "Only that I request the magistrate issue a warrant for the apprehension of Mr. William Redford, Montague's butler, who remains at Montague's London residence. He is likely complicit in forging documents and manipulating correspondence. His arrest is crucial to illuminating Montague's entire fraudulent network." The magistrate consulted a docket, then retrieved a fresh warrant. "Very well. A warrant is issued for the arrest of William Redford, age 45, description matching that provided. Any officer encountering him is authorized to transfer him to Bow Street Magistrates' Court for questioning. Court stands adjourned until the 15th of this month, at which point the grand jury shall deliver an indictment. The clerk will provide your copy. Court is dismissed." The gavel fell with measured finality. Hastings supported Eliza as she rose, pale from the gravity of her testimony. Poirot and Tremaine followed, and they filed out into the hallway, where Mrs. Pennington, ever vigilant, awaited with refreshment and tissues. Eliza accepted a handkerchief with muted gratitude, and I never imagined facing the magistrate would feel so like my father was with me watching. Yet I am relieved. Now, Montague cannot evade justice." Poirot offered a sympathetic smile. "Your father guided you well. His legacy will now be preserved, and your role in its defence will be remembered by many. But let us not linger here. We must hasten to Bow Street to assist with Pierce's transfer, and to ensure Montague's prompt arraignment." Hastings nodded. "Agreed. I should contact Sergeant Collins to confirm their ETA at Bow Street Station. We cannot allow Montague's men to interfere." They departed the magistrate's court and entered Bow Street's subterranean lockup, a grim slate-walled cell where Pierce lay awaiting transfer. A constable unlocked the door, allowing Pierce to rise, his shoulders glum. Hastings escorted him out, while Eliza observed quietly, close to Poirot's side. "Pierce," Hastings said quietly, "we will ensure Montague's influence cannot obstruct your testimony. Be prepared to identify Redford if he resists arrest." Pierce grimaced but nodded. "I know. Montague is desperate. He threatened Redford as well. We cannot trust that Redford will come willingly." Eliza approached, glancing at Pierce. "Your testimony saved my father's work. I owe you my deepest thanks." Pierce dipped his head. "I regret my part in this more than you know. I only hope Montague's downfall will help me atone." Poirot stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Pierce's shoulder. "Your role as a witness is vital. Speak truthfully at Bow Street, and the scales of justice will tip accordingly. Now, let us proceed." They escorted Pierce to the station, where a London constable conducted a cursory search of his person, then led him away in manacles. Outside, a fresh carriage waited, destined for Montague's Chelsea flat. Poirot climbed in behind it alongside Hastings and Eliza. The carriage threaded through London's maze of streets, Fleet Street's bustle giving way to quiet Bloomsbury lanes, then into the refined squares of Kensington. At last, number 14 Kensington Terrace came into view, a well-appointed townhouse, its ochre facade flanked by wrought-iron railings, and the dull gleam of brass door furniture. A pair of constables stood at attention beside the sedan chair, where Pierce had alighted, petitioning for directions to the flat's rear entrance. Poirot, Hastings and Eliza disembarked, flanked by Constable Walker. They paused on the pavement to observe the scene. A young woman, Montague's housekeeper, Miss Eleanor Lewis, stood in tears at the front gate, her face distraught as she clutched a parcel of Montague's letters. Guarding the side door, two sturdy officers patiently awaited instructions from Inspector Dawkins, who had driven through from Bow Street. Hastings recognized Dawkins' authoritative stride as he approached. "Poirot! Hastings! You made good time," Dawkins said, his voice brisk yet cordial. "We received the warrant for Montague and Redford. The housekeeper confirmed that Redford enters here daily to attend to his master. We shall place him under arrest momentarily. Montague should be in his morning study. He rises late." Eliza stepped forward, her voice composed but resonant. "Inspector, I wish to be present when Montague is informed of the charges. My father's honour must witness the reckoning." Dawkins inclined his head. "Very well, Miss Groom. After Redford is secured, you and Poirot may accompany us to confront Montague." They proceeded along a narrow side path, red brick walls looming beside them. Constables knocked twice on a side door before slipping inside, careful to preserve the element of surprise. Eliza, Poirot, Hastings and Dawkins followed, ascending a short staircase to the drawing-room corridor. There, the door to Montague's study stood slightly ajar, the scent of tobacco faint in the hush. Dawkins signalled to Hastings and Poirot. They pushed the heavy mahogany door open in unison. Inside, Montague sat at an antique desk, quill poised above fresh parchment. Beside him, Redford paused from polishing a pair of ebony spectacles, his expression frozen in shock. The walls were lined with leather-bound volumes, theses on ornithology and classical literature, each a testament to Montague's scholarly facade. Montague looked up, surprise and contempt mingling in his eyes. What is the meaning of this? I have a standing appointment with the Royal Society this morning. Poirot stepped forward, fingers steepled beneath his chin. Monsieur Montague, you stand accused of theft, blackmail, and fraudulent misrepresentation of my late friend Reginald. Groom's research. Here is the arrest warrant. You are charged with conspiring to steal and publish work not your own. Montague's posture stiffened. This is preposterous. I have done nothing wrong. Those papers were merely shared with me by virtue of my friendship with Groom. Eliza stepped in, unflinching. Your friendship was a sham, Montague. I possess your own letters, threats to discredit my father unless he ceded all rights to. You bullied and lies to serve your ambition. You have no claim to his legacy. Montague's face burned with fury. This is slander. My name is proof enough of my contributions to ornithology. Anyone can see. Inspector Dawkins drew his truncheon, placing a firm grip on Montague's shoulder. Dr. Montague, the evidence is conclusive. You will be informed of the charges at Bow Street. Resistance is futile. Redford, pale and trembling, dropped the spectacles onto the desk. Hastings crossed the room and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Redford, you will have an opportunity to speak the truth at Bow Street. If you have aided Montague willingly, there are penalties, but if you came under duress, that will be taken into account. Redford's eyes glistened with remorse. Cannot defend his actions. I believed in him once. I cannot explain why. He followed the constables, head bowed, as Montague rose and offered a last glare to the room. Eliza inhaled, as though expelling the tension that had bound her. She watched Montague's retreating figure, feeling the weight of his betrayal slip away. Hastings closed the study door gently, sealing Montague's world of deceit behind them. Dawkins, removing the warrant from his jacket, folded it and pinned it to his shirt. Miss Groom, Mr. Poirot, Captain Hastings, I shall escort you safely to Bow Street. The defendants will follow in separate carriages. If you wish to add any further evidence or instructions, now is the time. Eliza straightened her shoulders, voice unwavering. Inspector, I have Montague's forged letters, the copies Pierce kept. They bear his crest and blackmailing threats. I wish to submit them as part of the evidence. Dawkins nodded. Very good. The clerk will collect them. You may retrieve them from Tremaine, who remains at Shoreditch Police Station with Pierce's file. With that, they departed Montague's home and mounted carriages bound for Bow Street. London's midday traffic dwindled to quiet afternoon pace as they made their way to the magistracy. Eliza gazed at the passing terraces, her mind tracing the journey her father's work had endured, from the battlefields of the Somme to the carved birds of Ravenswood, from Montague's betrayal to the halls of justice. Each step forward felt like a step closer to closure. Within an hour, they arrived at Bow Street Magistrates' Court. Hastings lent Eliza a steadying arm as they entered the wood-panelled courtroom, the familiar hush settling around them. Inside, their presence before the bench would mark the culmination of months of toil, the exposure of theft, the vindication of Reginald Groom's legacy, and the unmasking of Montague's pretences. Ahead lay the formal arraignment, public and final, where Montague and Redford would stand in custody and answer for their crimes. Poirot exchanged a glance with Eliza, pride and empathy in his gaze. "Mademoiselle, whatever transpires here, you have upheld your father's honour. Today, this city will hear the truth of his work." Eliza allowed a small, resolute smile to bloom. "Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. I am ready." As the usher called, Montague forward, Eliza stood, her heart steady, bracing for the final act in the drama so long in the making. Justice had tracked illicit ambition from the peace of Ravenswood's library to the grandeur of London's courts. In that moment, the long shadows of betrayal were banished by the unyielding light of truth, and Reginald Groom's life-work waited to soar once more, liberated at last from the clutches of greed and deceit. Chapter 11. The Arraignment at Bow Street. The morning light had barely reached its full glow when Hercule Poirot, Captain Hastings, and Eliza Groom entered the Bow Street Magistrates' Court, the hush of anticipation already palpable in the air. Outside, London's bustle continued unabated, but within these venerable walls time seemed to slow, as though honouring the gravity of the moment. Uniformed usher constables stood at attention by the entrance, directing spectators to their seats. Hastings and Poirot stepped aside to light a pair of cigars, while Eliza, dressed in demure black, clutched a small notebook containing her father's final letters and research outlines. "Mon ami," Poirot murmured to Hastings in a low voice, as they surveyed the room. "Note the arrangement of the benches. The press and public are seated to the left, while the dock, once reserved for criminals, is transformed into two modest chairs for our defendants, Dr. Montague and his butler, Mr. Redford. The benches for counsel occupy the centre, and directly before the magistrate's bench stands the dock. Observe how every eye will be upon Miss Groom when she takes her stand." Hastings nodded, arguments of their evidence running through his mind as though rehearsed. "She is ready, Poirot. Her testimony at the Kent court was exemplary. Here she will present the final piece, linking Montague's forged correspondences to his criminal scheme." A clerk in wig and gown now called the court to order. The presiding magistrate, his worship Major Ernest Linden, entered with measured dignity, his robes whispering across the floor. Two assistant magistrates flanked him, both stern-faced and attentive. Once seated, Linden rapped a gavel softly, summoning silence. "Let us proceed," he intoned. "The case before us is Regina versus Thomas Montague and William Redford. Both are charged under the Larceny Act of 1916 with conspiring to appropriate private research papers belonging to the late Reginald Groom, as well as charges of conspiracy, blackmail, and fraudulent misrepresentation. How does the Crown wish to open?" A barrister in black silk robes, Mr. Percival Aldridge for the Crown, rose, bowing to the magistrates. His voice, measured and precise, carried to every corner of the courtroom. May it please your worships, the defendants, Dr. Thomas Montague, a Fellow of the Royal Society, and his butler, Mr. William Redford, stand accused of a most perfidious and calculated scheme, one that defiled the legacy of the late Reginald Groom, a distinguished ornithologist. We will demonstrate that Montague, leveraging professional connections and family friendship, coaxed Groom into collaboration in 1915 during the Great War. Over the years, he coveted Groom's migration data, research of immense scientific value, and, upon Groom's death in 1922, conspired to steal and publish it as his own. Mr. Pierce, his hired agent, was dispatched to retrieve the papers concealed within Groom's cabinet of birds at Ravenswood Manor. Mr. Redford, the household butler, in Chelsea, aided in forging documents and intercepting correspondence to facilitate Montague's criminal designs. We have the testimonies of Pierce, of Carter, the dismissed groundskeeper, and the unequivocal confession of Pierce, as well as physical evidence, Groom's letters naming Montague as the aggressor. We ask your worships to commit these defendants for trial at the Crown Court. Major Lyndon inclined his head slightly. Very well. Defence, how does the accused respond? A figure arose from the dock. Montague himself, dressed in a tailored dark suit, his clipped accent betraying an Oxford education. Beside him, Redford, a man of humble bearing whose shoulders were stooped under the weight of guilt, rose to join him. Their counsel, Mr. Felix Mortimer, advanced with confident stride. "Your worships," Mortimer began, bowing low, "my clients categorically deny these charges. Dr. Montague maintained a bona fide association with the late Mr. Groom for the advancement of ornithological science. Any overlap in research was by mutual consent, documented in private letters whose contents were misrepresented by the Crown. Mr. Redford, his butler, performed only household duties and had no knowledge of any illicit scheme. We shall demonstrate that the prosecution's witnesses, most notably Mr. Pierce, are motivated by ill will toward my clients, and that no criminal intent can be proven beyond reasonable doubt. We therefore pray this court dismiss the charges, or, at a minimum, commit them with only sureties for bail." Major Lyndon returned Mortimer's invitation with a solemn nod. The court has heard both the Crown's and the defence's opening statements. We shall now call the witnesses for the prosecution. First witness, Miss Eliza Groom. An usher gestured, and Eliza rose, smoothing her skirt as she stepped into the witness box. The clerk administered the oath, and Eliza's cheeks faintly pinked as she lifted her hand. Mr. Aldridge approached, placing a small pile of documents on a reading stand. "Miss Groom, you have provided testimony at the Kent Magistrates' Court. Will you please recount, for the benefit of this court, how Montague came to target your father's research?" Eliza drew a steadying breath. "Yes, sir. My father, Reginald Groom, and Dr. Montague first collaborated in November 1915 at a field site in northern France during the Great War, studying raptor migration. My father's field journals contained copious data, flight patterns, weather observations, tagging methods, data he recorded meticulously. Montague, claiming to be an equal partner, later insisted on sharing credit for any publications based on that research. In September 1922, after my father refused to relinquish full rights, Montague began sending threatening letters, demanding that he hand over all unpublished data or face public discredit and blackmail. My father then concealed his research within a specialized cabinet designed to hide documents inside carved specimens. Upon my father's passing on December 20th, 1922, the cabinet was delivered to Ravenswood Manor. She paused, clearing her throat. Montague then conspired to steal that cabinet's contents. His agent, Mr. Pierce, intimidated our groundskeeper, Mr. Carter, to locate the hiding place beneath an oak tree. Mr. Pierce later infiltrated Ravenswood Manor under a false identity, forging letters from Montague to extract the research. He was apprehended with the journals in his possession. Additionally, Montague's butler, Mr. Redford, assisted in forging letters and intercepting correspondence, thus enabling Montague's deception. Hastings, standing behind Eliza, passed her a leather-bound copy of Montague's letters, facsimiles of the original blackmailing missives. Eliza took them, presenting them to the magistrate's bench. These are genuine letters from Dr. Montague, dated September 3rd and September 14th, 1922, threatening to destroy my father's reputation if he did not yield his work. Major Lyndon inspected the letters carefully under his spectacles, eyes narrowing. "Thank you, Miss Groom. We will examine these for their authenticity. Now Crown may cross-examine first, followed by the defence. Mr. Mortimer, you have the floor." Mortimer approached with a measured stride, fingers interlacing behind his back. "Miss Groom, are you certain, beyond doubt, that these letters were never sent by your father to Montague? Could there be any misinterpretation of tone? Perhaps a request to discuss shared research, rather than a veiled threat?" Eliza's gaze remained firm. "No, sir. My father's handwriting is distinct. He would never have imitated Montague's crest, or demanded that Montague release funds or suffer disgrace. These letters bear Montague's signature, Dr. Thomas Montague, F.R.S., and have been certified by my solicitor, Mr. Tremaine, who attested to their provenance." Mortimer pursed his lips, then lowered his gaze to his notes. "Miss Groom, you testified at the Kent court that Pierce's testimony was untainted. Yet Pierce was himself an accomplice. Given his self-interest in mitigating sentence, how can we trust his statements?" Eliza met Mortimer's gaze. Pierce was offered leniency, it is true, but his confession was corroborated by multiple sources. Mr. Carter, who testified to being bribed, Mr. Abbott, who observed Pierce in the library, and physical evidence, including the forged letters themselves. Pierce's testimony was consistent and matched the documentary evidence. Mortimer sank back slightly, glancing at Montague, who sat stiffly in his chair, lips pursed in disdain. "Very well. Thank you, Miss Groom." He returned to his seat. The magistrate then called for the next witness, Sergeant Collins, who recounted Pierce's arrest and the discovery of the cabinet's contents. Following Collins, Carter, now released from his obligations in Kent, arrived to testify under oath, detailing how Pierce had coerced him into digging and how the later discovery of an empty crate confirmed Montague's involvement. Finally, the magistrate called Mr. William Redford to the stand. The butler, looking pallid and contrite, rose and approached the box. Mortimer stepped forward to begin his inquiry. "Mr. Redford," Mortimer began, "you have served Dr. Montague for many years. Did you ever witness any correspondence between Montague and Dr. Groom that could be construed as blackmail?" Redford's voice trembled slightly. as though a weight lifted from his conscience by admitting the truth. "Yes, sir, I saw letters from Dr. Montague that demanded Dr. Groom's data or threatened scandal." Dr. Groom confided in his daughter about these letters, though I did not know the full extent of Montague's threats. I assisted Dr. Montague in forging documents, letters to Mrs. Pennington, which Montague supplied to me. He paid me handsomely to create official-looking paper bearing his seal. Mortimer's expression flickered, but he did not interrupt. "And did you ever witness Montague attempting to bribe or threaten other members of the household?" Redford bowed his head. "He offered Carter a sum of £10, a large sum then, if he retrieved the research. He promised me shares of any profits if I aided him. But he also threatened to destroy Dr. Groom's reputation, to ruin my position if I refused." Major Lyndon exchanged glances with his assistants, then beckoned Redford to continue. Redford's voice strengthened as he spoke of Montague's cold determination to acquire the work by any means necessary. When the Crown excused him, Montague's counsel mounted his defence. "Mr. Redford," Mortimer interjected, "you claim you were coerced by Montague, yet you served him faithfully for years. Is it not more plausible that you sought favour with Dr. Montague rather than suffering his threats?" Redford's face reddened with shame. "No, sir. I had no reason to deceive. Montague was merciless. I feared for my future. I regret my complicity deeply." Mortimer sank back into his seat, conceding the point to Redford's sincerity. The magistrate then turned to Montague, who rose to address the bench. "Your worships," Montague began, voice strained but controlled, "I insist these allegations are fabricated. My association with Reginald Groom was one of mutual respect. Any suggestion of malice is a travesty. Dr. Groom entrusted me with portions of his data. His field notes bear my marginalia. I never threatened him. I merely sought collegial collaboration. As for the allegations against Mr. Pierce and Mr. Redford, they are nothing more than desperate attempts to sully my reputation in light of my greater contributions to ornithology." Poirot, observing keenly, noted the magistrate's narrowed gaze. Major Lyndon's voice, when he finally spoke, was measured but firm. "Dr. Montague, your statements will be evaluated alongside the evidence presented. At this juncture, you may take your seat." Montague complied, retreating to his seat in the dock. The magistrate conferred briefly with his assistants, then turned back to the assembled witnesses. "Having heard all testimony and reviewed the documentary evidence, I find there is sufficient cause to commit Dr. Thomas Montague and William Redford to trial at the next assizes. They are accordingly remanded in custody without bail. This court stands adjourned." With the gavel's final strike, an audible exhalation of relief rippled through the courtroom. Hastings supported Eliza as they rose, her cheeks flushed with vindication. Poirot approached Montague, whose face had gone pale with realization. "Dr. Montague," Poirot said quietly, his voice filled with a calm certainty, "the pursuit of truth has led us here. Your impudence in underestimating the power of honesty shall be your undoing. Indeed, justice, like a raptor in flight, finds its mark with unwavering precision." Montague's lips tightened into a thin line, but he made no retort. Redford, escorted by a guard, met Poirot's gaze with gratitude. a silent acknowledgment that the butler's courage in speaking truth had finally toppled Montague's empire of deceit. Eliza, standing by the council table, closed her notebook with a soft click. Hastings offered an arm to guide her from the courtroom. As they ascended the steps into the fresh London air, Poirot followed, gazing upward at the grey sky, as though weighing the triumph of justice against the lingering chill of human frailty. "Eliza," Poirot said, voice gentle, "your father's legacy is now safe. Montague's malice has been exposed, and the courts shall see to it that his ill-gotten claims bear no fruit. Lord Birdington himself has been most eager to examine Groom's volumes once they are published. So, your father's work shall live on with the honours he intended." Eliza inhaled, her heart swelling with gratitude and relief. "Thank you, Monsieur Poirot, Captain Hastings. Without both of you, none of this would have been possible. My father's work can now be shared with the world, untainted by Montague's greed." Hastings tipped his hat at the bustling street. "Now, let us return to Kent for a moment of quiet, before the whirlwind of publications and lectures begins." Poirot's tiny smile reappeared, his moustache twitching with satisfaction. "Excellent suggestion, Miss Groom. Perhaps you will consider a concise preface to your father's papers, a dedication to those who safeguarded his legacy." Eliza's eyes gleamed as she looked at the passing carriages and the distant spire of St. Martin-in-the-Fields. "I would be honoured. My father deserves no less." Hand in hand, the three companions set off down Bow Street, leaving behind the solemn arches of the magistracy. The city's pulse resumed around them. Omnibuses rattled by, vendors hawked their wares, and London life unfolded in its myriad colours. Yet for Eliza, Hastings, and Poirot, a profound transformation had taken place. The darkest threats that once shrouded Ravenswood Manor's secrets had been extinguished in the light of day. As they embarked on the journey back to Kent, they carried with them the certitude that truth, when pursued with unwavering resolve, cannot remain hidden, no matter how cunning the deceiver or how intricate the web they weave. And so, beneath London's watchful spires, justice took flight, its wings bearing Groom's legacy unbroken toward new horizons. Chapter 12. Return to Ravenswood. The road from London to Kent stretched out before them under a sky mottled with drifting clouds, as though the heavens bore witness to the journey of truth returning to its rightful home. As the carriage traversed familiar lanes lined with hedgerows and fields, just awakening to spring's promise, Eliza Groom gazed out at the landscape. Memories of autumn's golden hush at Ravenswood Manor seated firmly in her mind. Beside her, Captain Hastings and Hercule Poirot conversed in hushed tones, their demeanours relaxed but intent, aware that despite Montague's arrest, the longer task of restoring her father's reputation and research still awaited completion. "Eliza," Hastings remarked, breaking the companionable silence, "it scarcely feels real that within a fortnight your father's data will be preserved for posterity. I imagine that when we return to Ravenswood, your first concern will be cataloguing every page and coordinate for publication. Have you considered where you might commence?" Eliza turned from the window, her face softening with a mixture of determination and relief. "Indeed, Hastings. My solicitor, Mr. Tremaine, has arranged for a small press at Canterbury to oversee the initial printing." But before I entrust anyone with Father's manuscripts, I wish to revisit every corner of Ravenswood, to walk where he walked, breathe where he breathed, and recall the precise moments he composed those entries. It is a pilgrimage of sorts, and I cannot proceed without it." Poirot offered a gentle nod, his black eyes reflecting admiration. "Very wise, mademoiselle. The place where a man's heart resides often bestows understanding upon his work. By walking the halls and grounds of Ravenswood Manor, you shall feel his spirit guiding each step. I, too, wish to see the cabinet one final time, to ensure every secret has been unearthed, and no mechanism left untended. Perhaps we can share in a quiet moment of tribute, before the bustle of publication consumes us." The carriage rattled over. The last rise where, beyond a bend, the turrets and ivy-clad walls of Ravenswood Manor came into view. The estate lay bathed in a soft radiance, fields unfurling like a patchwork quilt of emerald and olive. The ancient oaks, now budding with fresh leaves, stood like silent sentinels against the horizon. A sense of both nostalgia and resolution fell over Eliza as the carriage wheels crunched along the final stretch of gravel. Mrs. Pennington awaited their arrival at the front entrance, her countenance both relieved and composed. She stepped forward, curtsying with the precision of long practice. "Miss Groom, Captain Hastings, Monsieur Poirot, welcome home. Everything has been set in readiness for your return. The cabinet is arranged in the library once more, and the servants await your instructions regarding the final arrangements." Eliza descended from the carriage and embraced the housekeeper warmly. "Thank you, Mrs. Pennington. It brings me great comfort to know Ravenswood has remained unchanged in my absence. Come, Monsieur Poirot, Captain Hastings, let us proceed indoors." Within the familiar embrace of the library, the panelled walls exuded a faint aroma of aged wood and old books. The fire had been rekindled, its flames dancing in their hearth as though greeting them back. On an ornately carved table, a silver tray bore a tea service, and the leather satchel containing Father's journals and maps lay before the fireplace as if awaiting the next chapter of their destiny. Poirot removed his gloves and placed them carefully upon the arm of a nearby chair. "Mon ami, shall we first inspect the cabinet? From my recollection, every mechanism was unlocked and every compartment opened. Yet I wish to ensure that no venerable detail has been overlooked. No creaking hinge, no stubborn latch hiding an additional secret." Hastings nodded, stepping towards the glass-fronted cabinet. "I recall how each wooden carving, from the willow warbler to the sparrowhawk, revealed a hidden chamber. I have a sense of triumph that Montague and his agent uncovered nothing beyond what Father intended. Yet it is proper to confirm this before we begin celebrating." Eliza joined them at the cabinet's side. The carvings were arranged as they had been before. The willow warbler in its verdant nest, the Eurasian magpie poised in elegant black and white, the Himalayan pheasant and barn owl positioned in stately repose, and the horned lark and sparrowhawk completing the collection. The brass plaque at the base bore Father's dedication. "To my beloved Eliza, may this guide you always." A tender pang of nostalgia swelled in Eliza's chest as she traced the engraving with a fingertip. Poirot, with his customary precision, lifted the willow warbler from its perch and revealed the first recess. Nothing remains here but the memory of its purpose. He set it aside and replaced it gently, proceeding to the magpie. One by one, they opened each secret compartment, pausing to touch the surface of the first locket, the folded letter, then the battered scrapbook of annotated maps. Each item lay as they had found it, undisturbed and well preserved under Eliza's watchful care. When Poirot tilted the sparrowhawk to reveal the final journal volumes, Eliza inhaled a small, reverent breath. She knelt to pick up the iron-bound spine, her eyes glistening. "My father poured his life into these pages," she murmured. "Now, at last, they rest here, safe and whole." Hastings placed a hand on her shoulder. "Your father would be proud, Miss Groom. The world owes him a debt for his contributions to ornithology, and he will receive his due recognition." Poirot closed the cabinet doors and arranged the carvings in their original positions, each piece as though anticipating another revelation that would never come. He stepped back, surveying the transformation of the cabinet from repository to monument. "Now that all compartments are empty of their secrets, this cabinet stands as a testament to your father's ingenuity and foresight. It has served its final purpose, having guided you to the truth." Eliza rose, her eyes warm with gratitude. "Thank you, Monsieur Poirot, Captain Hastings. This place has given me so much. My father's memories, my inheritance, and my own strength. But I feel there is one place more I must visit before we disperse these documents to the wider world. The old study in the East Wing, where father wrote most of his journal entries." Hastings smiled. "Then let us make that pilgrimage. I recall the study's leaded windows, through which father watched the skylarks dance at dawn. It should offer you the perspective you seek, to see the world as he once saw it, ready to commit his findings to paper." They left the library and traversed corridors lined with ancestral portraits whose painted eyes seemed to acknowledge their return. Slender shafts of sunlight filtered through stained-glass panels depicting various birds in flight, casting ghostly reflections upon the polished floor. At the end of a hallway, they arrived at a modest but charming room, furnished with a mahogany desk littered with inkwells and quills, a battered armchair, and shelves of ornithological texts. "This is it," Eliza whispered, brushing a hand, along the desktop where her father once leaned to write. On the floor, a faint indentation in the rug marked where his chair had rested. She seated herself where he had sat so many times, closing her eyes as though summoning his presence. Poirot and Hastings stood nearby, silent witnesses to her reverie. After a few moments, Eliza spoke softly. "I can almost hear him here. The scratch of his pen, the rustle of paper, his quiet sigh when he discovered a new migration route. In this very spot, he wrestled with the complexities of raptor flight in winter, struggling to reconcile weather variations with his field data. Now, I must take those struggles and shape them into a work that honors his dedication." Hastings touched her arm gently. "We shall assist you in any way possible, Miss Groom. In time, you will produce a manuscript that carries not only the data, but also the passion and spirit of your father's quest." Eliza opened her eyes, gazing at the narrow leaded window overlooking the browning grass of the orchard beyond. "Then let me begin. Monsieur Poirot, Hastings, if you will excuse me for a moment, I wish to copy this passage into my notebook. It articulates his theory on crosswinds and their impact on the hawk's altitude. I shall need to reference it precisely when composing the introduction." Poirot inclined his head. "Of course. We shall await you in the library as you see fit." They left her to her contemplations, and she set about reading the fragile page where Father's script curled elegantly across the parchment. The room held a quiet solemnity, broken only by the gentle scratch of her pen as she transcribed his words. Hours passed as though suspended, until at last she rose, her notebook filled with lines of script and margin notes gleaned from her father's hand. Descending the corridor once more, she found Hastings and Poirot discussing the logistics of preserving the manuscripts. Hastings unrolled a measurement tape on a small trestle table, while Poirot held the leather-bound field notes, examining the binding for signs of wear. As she approached, Poirot looked up with approval. "You have done well, mademoiselle. These transcriptions will serve as your preface, capturing the essence of your father's voice. Now, if you are ready, we shall return to the library and prepare the materials for Canterbury's press." Eliza nodded, her heart lightened by the sense of completion she felt. "Yes, let us see to it that Father's research finds its rightful place in the world." In the library once more, they arranged the journals and maps upon the central table, each volume aligned precisely under the soft glow of the chandelier. Mrs. Pennington hovered, poised to summon the servants to provide a meal, while Mr. Abbot quietly polished a side table, casting occasional glances of respect at the assembled volumes. Tremaine had arrived earlier, having travelled from Canterbury to liaise with the press. He stood by the desk, documents in hand. "Miss Groom," he said, "the press is prepared to receive the first 40 copies of your father's field reports on raptor migration. They have also arranged for a limited run of maps reproduced at scale, so that each copy may include a full-colour fold-out of the key migration corridors. The cost has been underwritten by a donation from the Royal Society, who wish to honour your father posthumously." Eliza's lips curved in a hopeful smile. "That is wonderful news. The inclusion of the maps in colour will provide future ornithologists a clearer view of his insights. I am grateful to the Royal Society and to everyone who believes in his legacy." Poirot placed a small white envelope beside the manuscripts. "I have received a note from Lord Birdington, who has offered to write the foreword for Father's work. He recalls your father's kindness during their meeting at Oxford, and wishes to speak of his character as well as his scientific contributions." Hastings grinned. "This project truly will be a collaboration of those who admire him. I dare say, Miss Groom, that Father would be deeply moved by the esteem he receives even now." Eliza bowed her head modestly. "He would have been humbled. For him, the joy lay in discovery, not acclaim. Yet I know that had he lived, he would gratefully acknowledge every contribution made in his memory." As they began to package the volumes for departure, Eliza paused, placing a hand on the leather-bound field notes. "Monsieur Poirot, Hastings, thank you for guiding me to this moment. Though Montague's misdeeds cast a long shadow, together we have ensured that my father's work endures. I will not forget what you have done." Poirot's moustache quivered with emotion masked by restraint. "Mademoiselle, it has been my privilege to serve justice and to witness your strength. The truth, once revealed, cannot be buried. In your father's name, you have demonstrated that no barrier, secret mechanism, forged letters, or clandestine schemes can prevent knowledge from flying free like a raptor on the thermals." Hastings extended his hand. "And I too am honoured to have stood by your side. Now, let us release these treasures to those who will cherish them, secure in the knowledge that your father's voice shall soar beyond these walls." With that, they sealed the final package, setting into motion the next phase of Reginald Groom's legacy. As the servants carried the volumes away, the scent of old paper and fresh ink lingered in the library, mingling with the faint hope of spring beyond the windows. In the hush that followed, Eliza closed her eyes and felt her father's presence, as enduring as the oaks and as free as the birds he so loved. And as the doors of Ravenswood Manor stood open to the gentle April breeze, she knew that his work, at last liberated from shadow, would find its rightful place among those who would protect and honour it for generations to come. Chapter 13. Spring Sojourn. The first true warmth of spring had settled upon Kent as the sun crept above the horizon, gilding Ravenswood Manor in gentle gold. Birds, their spirits unburdened after a long winter, filled the air with song. The once bare limbs of the great oaks budded anew, promising a season of growth and renewal. Eliza Groom stepped onto the terrace with a sense of lightness she had not felt since before her father's passing. Clutching a slender copy of field reports on raptor migration, freshly bound and bearing her father's name on its spine, she inhaled deeply, savouring both the fragrance of hyacinths and the satisfaction of a debt finally paid. Hastings stood nearby, surveying the expansive grounds with a contented grin. He had spent the morning arranging for crates of additional copies to be shipped to universities and scientific societies across the country. "I must say," he remarked, turning to Eliza, "seeing these volumes in your hands feels triumphant, like watching a flock taking flight for the first time in months." Eliza smiled, brushing a hand along the book's leather cover. "Hundreds of people will now read Father's observations. They will see the maps, the precise dates, and his meticulous weather recordings. His work will hold its own place among luminaries of natural history. It is more than I dared hope for." "We owe much of that to Monsieur Poirot," Hastings added, nodding toward the detective, who approached from the library doorway. Poirot's attire, an impeccably tailored charcoal suit, contrasted with the gold of the morning light. He carried himself with the gentle pride of a man whose labours had borne fruit. "Mademoiselle," Poirot greeted, his voice warm, "I see you hold his words as though they were living things. I must say, the first edition is a marvel. The embossed crest on the cover, the quality of the paper, and the colour plates for the maps. I took the liberty of examining a copy before leaving the press. The fold-out illustrations capture the migration corridors with such clarity that, to the untrained eye, they resemble stained glass masterpieces." Eliza's eyes gleamed. "Thank you. Lord Birdington's foreword is gracing these pages, and he instructed that each recipient know how deeply my father's work influenced the Society's decisions. I feel as though Father is speaking to us through every page." Poirot nodded. "He is indeed speaking. And now the world will listen." Later that afternoon, Eliza arranged a small gathering beneath the largest oak, the very tree beneath which her father had hidden his final crate. A handful of close friends and allies had been invited. Lord Birdington, Mrs. Pennington, Captain Hastings, Monsieur Tremaine, and a few of Father's colleagues from the Royal Society, including Dr. Adelaide Finch, a distinguished ornithologist who had championed the project's completion. They assembled beneath the perfumed canopy of budding leaves, the scent of jasmine drifting in from a nearby trellis. Eliza rose from a wicker chair set upon a grassy knoll, the volume of Groom's field reports in her hands. The assembled guests, each clutching their own personal copy, turned toward her with expectant expressions. As a hush descended, she felt the weight of her father's legacy resting gently upon her shoulders. "Thank you all for joining me today," she began, her voice steady though laced with emotion. "My father's work, once threatened by deceit, now stands in the open, vindicated. Field reports on raptor migration bears witness not only to his findings, but to the spirit of inquiry that drove him, season after season, to trek through cold mountain passes and frozen plains. Each page you hold is a testament to the unbroken bond between human curiosity and the natural world." Lord Birdington, resplendent in a tweed morning coat, inclined his head. "My dear Eliza, your father would be so proud. When I first read his journals, I knew that the precision of his observations, tracking gear falcons off the coast of Scotland, noting how variations in barometric pressure influenced their flight patterns, would alter our understanding of raptor ecology. His loss was our loss. Today, his voice returns to us." Dr. Finch, seated among the assembly, rose gracefully. "Allow me to add that Reginald Groom's research fills a critical gap in our knowledge. His comprehensive data on eagle migrations between the Highlands and French plains during wartime, when weather conditions varied wildly, provides an invaluable baseline for future conservation efforts. I feel proud to present a token of our esteem." She produced a small oak sapling, its roots wrapped in a burlap sack. "In honor of his memory, we shall plant this sapling beside the great oak beneath which he hid his work. May it grow tall as his passion for ornithology grew in our hearts." Tears glistened in Eliza's eyes as she accepted the sapling. "Thank you, Dr. Finch. This sapling shall stand as a living memorial, a symbol that my father's work, once concealed now, takes root among scholars and enthusiasts alike. When this tree stands as tall as the oak, it will bear witness to the fruit of his labours." Monsieur Tremaine stepped forward, offering Eliza a slim portfolio bound in burgundy leather. "Miss Groom, I have prepared copies of your father's will and documents for the remaining heirs, along with a ledger detailing the donations made toward the publication and the charitable fund established in his honour. The Reginald Groom Raptor Scholarship. It shall provide grants to deserving students wishing to pursue ornithological studies." Eliza exhaled, the corner of her mouth lifting in quiet joy. "Monsieur Tremaine, your generosity is invaluable. This scholarship will ensure that countless young minds, inspired by my father's dedication, can follow in his footsteps." Hastings, ever supportive, clapped a hand on her shoulder. "He would have revelled in this. He would be delighted to see young scholars poring over their first field notes, cameras in hand, eager to document the first spring migration. I can almost hear his voice, reminding them to record wind speeds and cloud cover." A murmur of gentle laughter spread through those gathered as the sapling was carefully lowered into the hole dug by Mr. Abbott and the groundskeeper, Mr. Carter, now employed once more at Ravenswood. Soil was gently replaced, the roots covered, and a stake tied to the slender trunk. A small brass plaque uncovered on the stump bore the inscription, "In memory of Reginald Groom, 1872–1922, whose love for raptors guided his life. Planted April 1925." As the group placed wreaths of spring flowers at the sapling's base, a flock of red kites circled overhead, their calls echoing through the grove. Eliza lifted her gaze, a serene smile illuminating her face. "Look, my father's kin have come to bless this moment." The guests followed her gaze, marvelling at the skyward dance of birds. Poirot closed his eyes briefly, savouring the harmony of nature and memory intertwined. "Je vois, mademoiselle, that your father's spirit truly soars with the kites. In their flight, he finds his legacy fulfilled. This day marks the culmination of his journey, yet the beginning of ours as stewards of his knowledge." As the gathering dispersed and the sun sank low, Eliza returned to the terrace with Hastings and Poirot trailing beside her. The soft flicker of lanterns awaited them along the path to the drawing-room. Eliza cradled her personal copy of the field reports, its polished cover warmed by the day's sun. She paused to trace the horizon, where pale pink and lavender clouds drifted across a fading sky. Hastings offered her a cup of tea, and they settled upon the wrought-iron settee beneath a blooming wisteria. "You look radiant," Hastings observed, his voice gentle. "This season's warmth suits you." Eliza inhaled the fragrance of wisteria as she lifted the cup. "After all we have been through, I feel reborn. Each lamplit page of Father's journal, each newly published map, these are beyond my wildest expectations. Last autumn, I feared that Montague's betrayal would stand as the final word on my father's work. Now, his name shall be synonymous with discovery and dedication." Poirot joined them, settling onto the balustrade. "When I first glimpsed your resolve, I knew that truth would prevail. Yet to see this day come to fruition, when a new generation will learn from your father's insights, fills me with a particular joie de vivre. In the realm of justice, few outcomes are as sweet as knowing knowledge endures." Eliza raised her cup in a modest toast. "To my father, Reginald Groom, may he continue to inspire those who follow." They drank, the glaze of twilight settling over the terrace. Below, the grounds were draped in heraldic shadows, and the great oak, now also adorned by its young sapling, stood sentinel over the slope. Eliza folded her hands within the folds of her gown, feeling the presence of every friend who had aided her. Hastings, whose steadfast loyalty never wavered. Poirot, whose brilliant mind shattered deceit. Tremaine, whose legal talents ensured full vindication. Mrs. Pennington and Abbott, whose devotion preserved hearth and home. And Carter, whose courage in truth set the course for justice. A soft breeze rustled the wisteria above, releasing a scattering of lavender petals that drifted to the stone below. Eliza closed her eyes a moment, imagining that each petal carried a memory. Her mother's laughter among the daisies, her father's quiet hum as he examined a newly tagged alpine hawk, the hush before a raptor's sudden soaring ascent. She exhaled, tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, joy and sorrow mingling like dawn's first light. "When the scholars write of Father's research," she whispered, "I hope they also remember the cost, the conflicts and the betrayals. So that they may honour the work and guard its integrity. Montague's shadow taught me to treasure what is true, and to protect it fiercely." Hastings reached out, brushing a stray lock from her cheek. "Your father's legacy survived because you refused to let it fade. The world will remember him accordingly." Poirot inclined his head in respectful agreement. "And now, Miss Groom, as the kites wheel above and the sapling grows, you may find the peace you deserve. The future of ornithology is enriched by his sacrifice, by your courage, and by the diligence of all who walked this path with you." As dusk deepened to a rich indigo, they rose and re-entered the manor. Once inside, the drawing-room's candles glowed in welcoming clusters. A small fire crackled in the hearth. Its flicker reflected in the glass of Father's journals, displayed upon an oak sideboard. Eliza placed her cup upon a nearby table and ran her fingertips along the spines of the volumes, each title embossed in gold. The room's mantel held framed photographs, a young Reginald Groom sketching by a Highland loch, the same man stooping to cradle a fledgling kestrel in his gloved hand, and an image from the war-torn fields, grave yet hopeful. Later, as the others retired, Eliza lingered by the mantel, gazing at the photographs, the rhythms of her life, then disrupted by grief, fear, and betrayal, now settled into a harmonious cadence. Tomorrow, she would write the preface to the field reports, penning words that would introduce her father's work to a world ready to listen. For tonight, she was content to stand among memories, knowing they guided her forward. In the flickering candlelight, she whispered a soft vow. "I will honour you, Father, not just in these pages, but in every life touched by your discoveries. The world shall never forget Reginald Groom." A gentle wind ruffled the curtains, and for a moment the warmth of the candle flame seemed to echo the last lingering notes of a rhyme, one of hope, of revival, of knowledge unbound. Like raptors, on the thermals soar beyond the bounds. In truth and flight enshrined, your legacy resounds. And in that tranquil chamber, Eliza felt her father's presence as certainly as the rising moon cast silver across the night sky, forever guiding her steps, as the winds guide the birds toward their distant, uncharted journeys. Chapter 14. The Locket's Final Whisper. The morning sun streamed through the bay windows of the library, illuminating the carved birds of the cabinet of birds in soft golden light. Eliza Groom sat at the mahogany desk, gently polishing the silver dove brooch she wore the previous evening. The notebook in front of her contained Father's final transcriptions, which she would soon submit to the press. Yet, as much as the publication of field reports on raptor migration consumed her thoughts, another fragment of the past whispered for attention. The locket discovered in the Himalayan pheasant compartment. Though its two miniature portraits had once drawn Eliza's tears, their secret had never been fully unravelled. And now, in the calm aftermath of Montague's downfall, she felt an inexplicable pull to revisit it. Captain Hastings entered quietly, carrying 2 cups of Earl Grey tea. He set one before Eliza and sat on the edge of the desk. "I trust you slept well after yesterday's celebration beneath the oak." Eliza managed a faint smile as she accepted the teacup. "I did, Hastings, though I awoke with an unsettled heart. Father's research is safe, but something about that locket persists in my mind. We saw the portraits, one of father in his youth, and the other of a dark-haired woman I did not recognize. I have wondered who she is." Hastings folded his hands over the cup. "You never asked Monsieur Poirot to examine it further." Eliza inhaled a thin ribbon of steam. "No, not until this morning. I feared it might lead to yet another hidden sorrow, but with everything now settled, I must know if that woman's identity bears significance. After all, that locket carried regrets of father's youth. I must understand why he hid it so carefully." At that moment, Poirot entered carrying a copy of the morning paper, its headline announcing Montague's remand to the Old Bailey. He set it aside upon seeing Eliza's thoughtful expression. "Bon matin, mademoiselle. I trust the press has shown due reverence to your father's memory." Eliza rose and faced Poirot. "Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. They have, indeed, but I have returned to that locket. I believe there may be more to it than we first discovered. I would be grateful if you and Hastings would assist me in examining it once more." Poirot's small eyes shone with curiosity. "I suspected as much. In our eagerness to recover father's scholarly work, we neglected the personal relics he left behind. The locket must hold a message or clue, something father intended you to discover when the time was right." Hastings picked up the locket from a velvet-lined box on the desk. "Allow me," he said gently, handling the small gold case with careful fingers. He opened it. The two miniature portraits faced them, the dark-haired woman on the left and the young groom on the right. The woman's solemn, almost haunting gaze met Eliza's, and Eliza felt a chill. Poirot leaned closer. "Notice the hinge has a fine groove. Perhaps a hidden latch extends beyond the hinge itself. If Captain Hastings slides the hinge in a certain way, he might reveal a concealed compartment." Hastings studied the hinge, and, with a discreet nudge, pressed the edge. A faint click sounded. He opened the locket fully. Inside lay a small folded paper, yellowed with age and bearing Reginald Groom's neat script. Eliza's breath caught as Hastings placed the paper before her. She unfolded it carefully. "My dearest Eliza, if you read this, my journey, both scholarly and personal, has come full circle. The woman whose likeness you see here is one whom I loved deeply before I ever met your mother. Her name was Isolde Martin, a fellow ornithologist's daughter, and she too shared my love of birds. In the summer of 1905, we lost each other under circumstances I believe chance. I discovered her gone from my life when I returned from an autumn expedition and learned that her family had moved abroad. Our bond was never forgotten, yet duty called me down a different path. Your mother was a dear companion, and in time I bore both joy and sorrow with her, as you know. But I could not forget Isolde. Thus I concealed this locket in the cabinet of birds, dangling between two carved wings, so that one day you might find it and learn of that chapter of my past. I did not reveal her name among my journals, for that would have betrayed unspoken sacredness. But I leave this for you, my daughter, that you might know whence one part of your spirit, my spirit, comes. Should you ever seek to understand the woman who shaped me before your mother, search for Isolde Martin in the archives of London's Natural History Museum. There, among the records of the British Ornithologists' Union, you will find her own notes on songbird migration. She, too, sought the truth of the skies, and though fate kept us apart, Now you may bring our two legacies together, forging a bond that I never could. With all my love, and in hope that you find what I could not, Reginald Groom. July 14th, 1922. Eliza's eyes welled at the words. A trembling smile touched her lips as she read and reread each line. Isolde Martin. Father left instructions to seek her at the Natural History Museum. He wished for me to discover her notes and perhaps unite their shared passion across time. Hastings leaned close. This is extraordinary. Isolde's own research, if it survives, might complement Father's findings. It could illuminate facets of his work previously hidden. Yet more importantly, you now understand a piece of Father's heart that he never shared with your mother. Poirot placed a gentle hand on Eliza's shoulder. Indeed, mademoiselle, Reginald Groom's life was shaped by dual devotion. To his scientific calling and to his love for a kindred soul. Now, before you honour his outward legacy of raptor migration, you have the opportunity to restore a more personal legacy, one that unites his story with Isolde's. Shall we proceed to London to search the archives? Eliza exhaled, her gaze steady. Yes, Monsieur Poirot. I must know more. But first, Hastings, will you accompany me to visit the Willow Cottage, where my mother lived before she married Father? Perhaps there remains correspondence between Father and Isolde that predates my birth. Hastings inclined his head. I would be honoured to assist. A pilgrimage to Willow Cottage seems fitting, where everything began for Father. Let us gather our belongings and depart as soon as possible. By mid-afternoon, Eliza and Hastings stood before a modest cottage nestled among rolling hillsides, its thatched roof and flower-filled garden a testament to simple beauty. Flowering wisteria draped its wooden trellis, and a blue door with chipped paint that spoke of decades of wear invited them inside. As they stepped across the threshold, the scent of lavender and old parchment mingled, stirring a sense of reverence. Hastings knocked gently on the ancient writing desk in the corner of the lounge. This was the very desk upon which Father had penned at least a few of his letters to Isolde. Next to it, a battered trunk stood, its leather faded by sun and time. Eliza approached and lifted the brass latch, revealing a trove of envelopes tied, with ribbon, letters written in Father's flowing hand. She selected an envelope carefully and unwrapped it. The first letter was to Isolde Martin, dated August 3rd, 1905. My dearest Isolde, the field in the Highlands was magical at dawn. As we tracked the eagles on their northward flight, I recalled our promise to document every nuance of their wings, those markings you first noticed in late spring. Your laughter echoes in my mind when the wind gusted, carrying your scarf into the bracken. I fear that the warmer months will soon call you elsewhere, as your family intends to leave for India. Yet know that my heart shall remain tethered to yours, even as miles separate us. Should you see the kestrels in flight, recall that I'm with you in spirit, always yours. R.G. Eliza's breath caught as she held the letter. These are the words he wrote to her, before Mother. She traced the ink with her fingertip. He wrote of their shared discoveries and the promise they made, but they never reunited after she moved to India. Hastings placed a comforting hand on her back, and he never told Mother of Isolde. Perhaps he thought to honour his promise to her, even at the cost of silence. Eliza nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. I must know what became of Isolde. Hastings, let us return to London at once, to the Natural History Museum, to see if her notes remain. The following morning, they arrived at the Natural History Museum, its grand façade a cathedral of stone and glass. Inside, they met with the curator, Dr. Vivian Thornton, whose silver hair and keen eyes bespoke decades of scholarship. In a hushed vault beneath the museum, rows of filing cabinets lined the walls, each drawer labelled with the names of past contributors to the British Ornithologists' Union. Dr. Thornton guided them to a drawer bearing the label Martin, Isolde. Eliza's pulse quickened as the curator carefully withdrew a folder containing Isolde's field notebooks and correspondence. Their covers were reinforced in deep green cloth, each embossed with a subtle bird insignia. Eliza opened the first, notebook. Its pages were filled with delicate sketches and observations of warbler songs, lark flight patterns, and the migration of Eurasian siskins. At the very end of the notebook, she found a penciled inscription for Reginald Groom. Our shared skies shall never be forgotten. Her lips trembled. She dedicated her work to father. And here, each note captures details I never imagined, little side observations that complement his own. Together, their work forms a tapestry of discovery. Dr. Thornton smiled gently. Miss Groom, Isolde continued her research even after relocating to India. She studied the pied bush chat and the Indian roller, sending her findings back to the Union until her untimely death in late 1921. We have her final letter to your father, dated October 17th, 1921. It is not sealed, and I believe it contains her last wishes. With careful hands, Eliza retrieved the letter from its folder. She read, My dearest Reginald, as I gaze upon the red-collared dove perched near the banyan tree, I feel the ache of distance more keenly than ever. My health, already fragile, wanes beneath this sun. I suspect my time is limited. Before I depart from this world, I must ask you one favour. Preserve my notes as a testament to the wonder of the skies, and know that wherever I am, my spirit flies beside yours. I shall never forget our early days among the warblers of Kent. If circumstances were different, we might have achieved so much more together. Yet I accept fate's course with gratitude for what we shared. Forever yours. Isolde Martin tears blurred Eliza's vision. She died so young, and yet she entrusted her life's work to father. He honoured her memory, but concealed her from me, perhaps, to protect my mother's feelings. Hastings placed a comforting hand on Eliza's shoulder. He sought to shield hearts at the cost of honesty. But now you know the fullness of his story. Poirot, who had been standing silently, spoke softly. Mademoiselle, you have uncovered the final whisper of your father's heart. In these notes lay both sorrow and triumph, the breadth of two kindred spirits united across seas. Now, it falls to you to unite their work, to present their combined legacy as an offering to the world. Eliza's resolve strengthened. Yes, upon our return to Ravenswood, I will include Isolde's studies as an appendix to Father's field. Reports, making clear their shared passion and the contributions each made. Their work, separated by geography, now converges in these pages. And in doing so, I honour both their memories." Dr. Thornton placed a gentle hand on Eliza's arm. "Your father and Isolde would be honoured by this. I shall assist you in making copies of her notebooks, along with any necessary permissions for publication." As Eliza folded the letter and the notebooks securely, she felt as though a weight had lifted. The mysteries of her father's heart, once hidden in the carved recesses of a cabinet, now lay revealed beneath the open sky. With Hastings and Poirot by her side, she understood that her pilgrimage bridged generations, from Reginald and Isolde's fleeting love to her own steadfast devotion. Back at Ravenswood Manor that evening, Eliza placed Isolde's notebooks alongside, her father's in the library. The cabinet of birds, its compartments emptied long ago, now stood quietly behind them, a silent monument to secrets once kept and finally shared. A soft fire crackled in the hearth, and the hush of night settled upon the estate as though granting them a moment's peace. Eliza closed her eyes and breathed deeply. "Father, Isolde, your stories shall live on. Here, where you once walked and worked, I will see to it that your words soar beyond these walls, like the raptors you both cherished." Hastings rose and offered his arm. "Come, mademoiselle. The evening air rises from the garden, and I believe the red kites are out again. They will celebrate this union of legacies in their own silent way." Poirot followed, adjusting his lapel. "Yes, let us look to the sky. In the wings of those birds we see the culmination of your father's journey, and of Isolde's. A journey now complete, at peace in the eternal winds." As they stepped onto the terrace, a pair of red kites circled overhead, their cries echoing against the night. Eliza felt a serene contentment. The chapter of sorrow had ended, and a new chapter of remembrance and celebration beckoned. The locket's final whisper had guided her to a truth deeper than scholarship, one that spoke of love, loss, and the enduring bond between two souls whose hearts had flown together, if only for a time, and in the quiet stillness of Ravenswood Manor. Eliza vowed to let their combined voices carry through generations, their legacy soaring with the birds they loved so dearly. Chapter 15. Wings of Legacy. The late afternoon sun settled low over Ravenswood Manor, casting elongated shadows across the manicured grounds and bathing the ancient oaks in warm amber light. The newly planted sapling, standing sentinel beside its parent oak, trembled gently in a soft breeze, nature's silent applause for the momentous gathering that would soon take place within the library's hallowed walls. Eliza Groom, her hair braided neatly at the nape of her neck, adjusted the ceremonial ribbon around the pristine binding of the combined volume. Field reports on raptor migration and companion studies. The joint legacy of Reginald Groom and Isolde Martin. Beneath the arched windows, guests had begun to assemble. Scholars, friends, and lovers of ornithology, drawn from far and wide by the promise of witnessing a testament to two kindred spirits finally united. Captain Hastings, attired in tweed and quiet pride, offered Eliza a reassuring nod. "Everything is in order, Miss Groom. The guests will soon be seated. Your grandfather's chairs, arranged near the front, wait for Lady Northcliffe and Lord Birdington." He gestured toward the library's polished mahogany benches, each inscribed with delicate gold filigree, celebrating the event. "Shall I escort Lady Northcliffe from the drawing-room? She arrives presently," Eliza brushed a momentary tremor of excitement from her heart. "Yes, please, Hastings. Send Montague's former colleagues, the Royal Society delegation, to the side table for refreshments. They will want to converse before the formalities begin." She placed a single copy of the volume upon the podium, ensuring its spine caught the last rays of sunlight filtering through the leaded glass. Then, smoothing the lace at her sleeves, she stepped to the threshold and allowed Hastings to guide her towards the gathering assemblage. A hush fell over the library as the final guest, Dr. Adelaide Finch, entered. Lady Northcliffe, elegant, in emerald silk and pearls, took her place along with Lord Birdington, whose cravat and morning coat bespoke his solemn veneration. The remaining seats filled quickly. Lord Sutherland, a keen naturalist who had once sailed with Reginald Groom to the Hebrides, Professor Matthews of Cambridge, whose lectures on avian ecology had referenced Groom's early data, and among others Miss Eleanor Lewis, wearing a sombre but proud expression, and Mr. Pierce, dressed in plain black, seated toward the rear, awaiting a chance to offer his final testimony of remorse. Eliza returned to the podium, the soft rustle of her gown echoing through the chamber. Poirot, standing discreetly at her side to offer moral support, motioned serenely, as though signalling the precise moment all should be silent. With an unsteady breath, Eliza raised her hands and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed guests, friends, and colleagues," she began, her voice clear despite fluttering nerves. "Today marks the culmination of a journey that began in two separate hearts, my father's and that of Dr. Isolde Martin. Separated by geography, yet united by shared passion, they wove threads of discovery into a single tapestry of knowledge. It is my privilege to present to you this volume, Field Reports on Raptor Migration and Companion Studies, a work that stands as living testament to their devotion to science, to truth, and to one another." A soft murmur rippled through the audience, the gravity of her words settling among them. Eliza paused, seeking recompense in the faces turned toward her. Lord Birdington's approving nod, Lady Northcliffe's moist eyes, and Professor Matthews, who held a copy of the volume as though it were sacred scripture. "It was in the autumn of 1922, Eliza continued, drawing a slender silk handkerchief from her sleeve, "that I first discovered my father's secret, his concealment of his final journals within a cabinet of carved birds. His ingenuity was only rivaled by his caution, for he knew that somewhere a rival watched, waiting to steal his life's work." She inhaled, pressing the handkerchief to her lips. Montague's betrayal nearly shattered everything, but through the courage of Captain Hastings, the wit of Monsieur Poirot, and the loyalty of friends like Carter and Redford, my father's legacy was reclaimed. A ripple of quiet applause brushed the chamber's rafters as the assembled guests acknowledged those now seated among them. Eliza allowed herself a moment's gratitude before continuing. "But what followed," she said, "was an even greater revelation. In that carved recess I found a locket, a precious gold case whose inner portraits revealed the woman I never knew my father loved, Isolde Martin. It was her absence that shaped my father's quiet sorrow. Yet, in his final letters, he urged me to seek her archived work in India and London, that our two legacies might converge." She paused, toggling the volume's ribbon to a bookmarked page. "And converge they have, Within these volumes you will find my father's meticulous observations of raptor flight under varied meteorological conditions, his data on eagle migration through the Somme fields, his notes on falcon behaviour in the highlands. Alongside his work, you will find Dr. Martin's own records, her studies of warbler songs in Kent, her sunset observations of pied bush chat near the banyan trees of Western India, and her refinements of tagging methods for siskins in the Deccan Plateau. The chamber's hush deepened, as though the weight of those journeys across tundra and tropics settled upon each listener's shoulders. In the final chapter, Eliza said, placing her hand upon the book's cover, you will find that Isolde's last letter to my father, written from Bombay in 1921, carries her final blessing, and her hope that their combined work would outlast both their lifetimes. Today, I honour that hope. She lowered her hand, her breath trembling slightly. I wish to acknowledge now the scholars who have aided me, Dr. Vivian Thornton at the Natural History Museum, for her tireless assistance in unearthing Dr. Martin's archives, Lord Birdington and Lady Northcliffe, whose patronage ensured the finest press could do justice to these volumes, Dr. Adelaide Finch and Professor Matthews, whose forewords will grace these pages with context and endorsement, and finally, Captain Hastings and Hercule Poirot, who stood by me with unwavering loyalty. Eliza offered a final nod of gratitude toward the assembled crowd. It is my hope that through these pages our two families, the Grooms of Kent and the Martins of Bombay, will be remembered not only for their discoveries, but for their shared spirit of inquiry. May the generations to come study these findings and build upon them, always guided by truth and respect for the natural world. Thank you. A moment of hush lingered before the room erupted into warm, heartfelt applause. Eliza stepped down from the podium, her hand brushing the spine of the volume, a symbolic handover of her father's and Isolde's legacies to the guardianship of the scientific community. As the applause subsided, Lord Birdington rose, offering Eliza a delicate case, made of mahogany and lined with crimson velvet. Miss Groom, he said, voice deep yet quavering with emotion, on behalf of the British Ornithologists' Union, I present to you this silver plaque, a commemorative award recognizing your father's and Dr. Martin's contributions. It hang here at Ravenswood, beneath the gaze of the oaks, as a reminder that knowledge, once properly nurtured, thrives like the birds that soar beyond our sight. Eliza accepted the plaque, the weight of it significant in her hand. She turned, affecting a modest curtsy, and then raised it to show the guests. In honour of Reginald Groom and Isolde Martin. For their tireless devotion to the study of avian life, whose combined legacies guide our understanding of raptor migration and songbird behaviour. British Ornithologists' Union, April 1925. Soft, hushed whispers of approval rippled through the library as Dr. Adelaide Finch stepped forward with a slender slip of parchment. Miss Groom, if you will allow, I have prepared a certificate to accompany this plaque. It bears an excerpt from Coleridge's verses, for he, who gathering up his heart's intent, weaves through the wild wind a clarion of content. Your father and Dr. Martin wove their heart's intent into these pages. May they inspire many. Eliza took the document, reading aloud the lines before tucking it into her reticule. Then thank you, Dr. Finch. I shall see that these tokens find prominent display upon the mantle, where their spirits may watch over the volumes they inspired. Later, as the guests mingled among tables laden with tea, scones, and finger sandwiches, Hastings found Eliza at a side table near the cabinet. She absent-mindedly fingered the silver dove brooch, her gaze distant as she contemplated the carvings selecting their place, silent witnesses to her father's hidden legacy. "Miss Groom," Hastings began softly, "were you surprised to learn of Isolde's final resting place, that she passed away in India before ever reuniting with your father?" Eliza exhaled, as though releasing a breath she had held since opening Isolde's letter. "I was. In a way, I felt as though Isolde's spirit hovered over father, guiding him. When I realized she had died only months before father did, I understood that they shared an unbroken bond, tethered by birds and by a love that transcended distance." Hastings nodded, stooping to examine the willow warbler's carving. "And now, through these combined volumes, they have achieved a union beyond time and place." Eliza's hand drifted over the birchwood perch. "Yes, I imagine them side by side, father and Isolde, poring over notes beneath a banyan tree, or wandering autumn fields. Their hearts soared with each discovery, their work a testament to shared devotion. I feel as though, by presenting this volume, I have brought their spirits together at last." Poirot approached and placed a gentle hand atop Eliza's shoulder. "Mademoiselle, I suggest you place this locket, containing their portraits, upon the mantel above their plaque. Thus, your father and Dr. Martin will gaze upon their combined works, watch over these halls, and inspire all who enter." Eliza's lips curved into a tender smile. "Yes, I will place the locket there tonight, so that their spirits may watch over every scholar who seeks their words." The sun had dipped low by the time the gathering dispersed. Hastings and Poirot assisted Eliza in securing the display. The silver plaque and certificate hung beneath the cabinet's glass, and the locket rested gently in a small frame, suspended above the matching volumes. The soft glow of the oil lamps cast flickering shadows upon the portraits in the locket, as though Reginald Groom and Isolde Martin watched the library and all it represented with serene approval. Eliza lingered beside the mantel, her gaze flicking from the carvings to the volumes to the locket, each element balanced carefully, a visual reminder of two souls joined by rigor and devotion. She inhaled deeply, allowing the hush of the library to settle upon her like a gentle benediction. Hastings placed a reassuring hand on her back. "Your father's legacy, and now Isolde's, will endure, Miss Groom. Future scholars will look to these pages and to this place as a cradle of discovery." Poirot, closing the cabinet doors for the final time, offered a nod of contentment. "Yes, mademoiselle, the cabinet of birds, once a hiding place for secrets, now stands as a guardian of truth. Within its carved wings rests the knowledge of two kindred spirits. May their combined efforts guide every soul who seeks to understand the skies." Eliza stepped back, allowing the quiet of the library to enfold her. "Thank you, both of you, for guiding me along this journey, through betrayals, revelations, and the merging of my father's heart with Isolde's. Now, I feel as though I stand upon a precipice, poised to begin a new chapter, not simply preserving their work, but actively contributing to the study they loved, ensuring that their legacies soar onward. Hastings's eyes lit with encouragement, and I, for one, shall look forward to joining you on those next quests, field studies, tagging expeditions, and perhaps a venture to the Highlands to observe the rapacious flight of the gerfalcon. Poirot's small smile broadened. As your Dewey Decimal numbers find new homes in library catalogues, and as you deliver lectures on conservation and migration patterns, you will carry their spirits with every step. And whenever your heart yearns for guidance, look to these carvings and to this locket. Their legacy resides here, in these hallowed halls, as eternal as the flight of every raptor that circles the open skies. Eliza inhaled once more, the delicate scent of ancient parchment mingling with the faint perfume of wisteria drifting from the terrace. Yes, their voices, once secreted here, now echo beyond these walls, carried on the winds. She glanced upward at the locket, where Reginald Groom and Isolde Martin smiled in miniature, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of shared devotion. Together, their work will soar. As the last flicker of daylight faded, Eliza flicked the switch for the oil lamps. The library, in its warm glow, became a sanctuary for all who would come to seek knowledge, and as night settled over Ravenswood Manor, the carved birds within the cabinet, silent now of concealed secrets, stood as guardians of a legacy no longer hidden, but gloriously free. In the hush that followed, Eliza closed her eyes and whispered to her parents above, trusting that on swift wings they flew, forever bound by love and by the shared wonder of the skies. Chapter 16. The Flight of New Horizons. Early morning dew glistened upon the grass at Ravenswood Manor, each droplet capturing the pale pink glow of sunrise as it slipped across the horizon. Eliza Groom, standing at the French doors of the library, contemplated the vast expanse of fields and woodlands that had once hosted her father's solitary expeditions. The sapling beside the great oak had sprouted new leaves, a tender emblem of renewal that mirrored her own emerging purpose. Today she would embark upon a journey, a modest expedition that would carry her beyond these familiar grounds and toward the living subjects of her father's and Isolde's combined studies. Clad in sturdy boots, a tweed skirt, and a woolen shawl, Eliza stepped onto the terrace, inhaling the heady scent of wisteria and early magnolia. She carried a leather satchel containing binoculars, a field notebook with her father's original lines folded into its first page, and a copy of the newly augmented field reports on raptor migration and companion studies. As she fastened the strap, Captain Hastings approached from the gravel drive, where he had parked their horse-drawn phaeton. He wore a weathered tweed cap, his gait easy and confident beneath an emerald-green coat. "Eliza!" Hastings greeted, his tone both gentle and energetic. "I trust you are prepared for your first field day as curator of the Groom Martin Scholarship Fund's inaugural expedition." Eliza offered a modest smile. "Yes, Hastings. Today we set out to observe the spring hawk migrations at Fen Reeds, a modest marshland south of here that Father often visited for wetland raptor sightings. Master, your guidance will be invaluable." Hastings nodded and opened the phaeton's gate. "Very good. I have prepared a thermos of tea, a flask of sandwiches, and a small parchment case containing a compass and maps. I propose we begin at first light to catch the earliest flights. Miss Finch's students from Canterbury will join us later this afternoon, but for now let us walk as my father once did. They set off along the winding path that meandered through meadows awash with daisies and cow parsley. Eliza's heart thrummed with anticipation at every rustling reed and flitting skylark, though her father and Isolde had left detailed notes on raptor departure times, wind patterns, and barometric fluctuations. Eliza felt the electricity of discovery surge anew with each step she took. Her eyes scanned the skies for movement, an instinct she had cultivated since childhood, but now infused with the knowledge of her parents' combined insight. "Look, Miss Groom," Hastings whispered, lifting his binoculars toward a distant tree line. A pair of common buzzards circling above the ridge. Their broad wings catch the thermal drafts with such grace. Your father once noted that buzzards often set the pattern for larger raptor movements, for the thermals they ride prefigure currents massive enough to lift golden eagles. Eliza raised her own binoculars, focusing on the buzzards drifting lazily in parallel circles. "Yes, I see them. Their flight is stable, but I recall Dad's note. If the barometer dips rapidly, these buzzards will begin to gain altitude more, quickly signalling the passage of a cold front." Checking my pocket barometer, she consulted a brass instrument tucked in her satchel. "Indeed, the mercury is falling by half a line each minute. A front is coming through. We should pay close attention to any high circling in the east." Hastings leaned against a wooden fence, his expression approving. "Excellent observation. Let us proceed to Fen Reeds, where the marsh's wide-open spaces will give us a vantage for all 4 cardinal directions." They continued along a narrow lane flanked by early hawthorn blossoms until the marshland opened before them, an expanse of reedy channels, shallow pools and muddy islands, ringed by a distant band of alders. The air smelled of damp earth and new growth. Eliza disembarked and approached a simple wooden blind perched near the water's edge, where she and Hastings settled into low stools, the marsh stretching before them like a living tapestry. For a time the marsh lay still, save for the croak of frogs and the trill of reed warblers hidden among the rushes. Eliza traced her father's passage in the soft soil, finding a shallow depression on a log where he had once rested his notebooks. She knelt, brushing away cracked mud to reveal 3 carved initials, RG, beneath which someone had etched an IM courtesy of later visits. She smiled at the convergence of legacies. Groom and Martin had shared these very spaces despite never meeting again in life. "Miss Groom," Hastings murmured, "look there, north of the reeds, a dark shape against the morning haze. It could be a marsh harrier." Eliza raised her binoculars, heart quickening as she traced the harrier's low, V-shaped wings skimming over the cattails. Its yellow eyes glinted as it hovered, scanning for voles or amphibians. She flipped through her father's annotated copy of his Kenyan expedition notes, recalibrating wind patterns pertinent to harrier behavior. Yes, a marsh harrier. Father once described them as majesty incarnate in shadow, for they blend into the marsh's palette even as they hover above it. Let us observe how the changing wind from the northwest influences its flight. The coming front will test its endurance. The harrier banked gracefully, riding an eddy of air, and disappeared behind a stand of reeds. Eliza replaced her binoculars and watched the marsh's mirrored surface, rippled by wind and ephemeral ripples of feeding moorhens. "Shall we wait for the formation?" she asked Hastings, referring to the larger flights that gather on rising. "Thermals." Hastings retrieved the thermos and poured them each a warm cup of tea. "A fine idea. Then we shall visit the blind at dusk, where kite migrations often appear in greater numbers. But for now, let us enjoy the solitude of this place, where your father and Isolde charted their own paths." They sipped their tea, in reflective silence, the marsh's hush undisturbed, except for the occasional flight of a tufted duck skimming the water. Eliza closed her eyes, envisioning her father's pen tracing lines alongside Isolde's sketches. Data points plotted against horizon lines, collaborative observations on blue-winged teals, ephemeral sightings of merlins darting above. "Miss Groom," Hastings said softly, "mentioning Isolde reminds me. Tomorrow we journey south to the coastal cliffs of Folkestone, where Dr. Finch's students plan to observe kittiwakes and fulmars. She asked if you might join them and share your father's and Isolde's findings on seabird migration. I thought you might welcome the chance to see these birds in their own realm." Eliza opened her eyes, their amber hue bright with resolve. "Yes, Hastings, I would be honoured. The concatenation of our parents' studies across inland raptors and coastal seabirds presents a more complete picture of avian rhythms. And teaching the students directly will further their understanding and perhaps inspire the next generation." Hastings rose and offered his arm. "Then let us withdraw from the marsh and prepare for tomorrow's journey. Our hosts in Folkestone have arranged harbourage at a small inn overlooking the White Cliffs. You shall speak at their twilight session." Eliza stood, stretching her legs. As they made their way back along the reedy path, Eliza paused at an overhanging branch where a single wagtail perched, his tail bobbing in the morning light. "Look at him," she whispered, raising her binoculars. "He reminds me of Father's earliest notes, before he ever studied raptors, when he documented how wagtails timed their feeding runs along the stream banks. It seems fitting that, today, on this first expedition of mine, I find such humble kin among the reeds." Hastings chuckled softly. "Indeed, those small beginnings often lead to the grandest discoveries. Your father started here, and now you shall carry his spirit onward." The following day, after a brisk ride southward through rolling downs and hedgerows in bloom, Eliza, Hastings, and Dr. Finch's students assembled atop the windswept cliffs overlooking the English Channel. The White Cliffs blazed white beneath a pale sky, and the scent of salt and shale mingled with the fragrance of wild thyme beneath their feet. A dozen young scholars, notebooks and cameras in hand, glanced expectantly at Eliza, whose presence, poised and scholarly, radiated both warmth and authority. Dr. Adelaide Finch introduced her. "These students have studied your father's raptor volumes extensively, Miss Groom. We are honoured that you join us today to lead our session on seabird and raptor migration linkages. If any instructor can weave inland and coastal patterns into a unified framework, it is you." Eliza stepped forward, placing her field notes upon a portable lectern. "Thank you, Dr. Finch. For centuries, ornithologists viewed inland and coastal migrations as separate realms. Yet, As my father's and Isolde's work reveals, the skies connect these ecosystems. Raptors often follow river valleys from upland, lakes to seacoasts, where they meet seabirds whose migration depends on ocean currents. Today, we shall observe gannets diving into the waves and kestrels riding cliff thermals. Then we shall map how these separate traditions align. The students listened raptly as Eliza elaborated, pointing first to a group of northern fulmars riding the gusty updrafts near the cliff face. Fulmars, procellariform seabirds, are trafficking in broad ocean swells, gleaning squid and lanternfish from the surface. Their swift, gliding flight foreshadows autumn months when raptors, harriers, and kites converge here to harvest stranded prey, washed ashore after storms. A student raised her hand. "Miss Groom, how do you integrate Isolde's notes on pied bush chats from India into this context?" Eliza smiled, acknowledging the perceptive inquiry. Isolde's work, though distant from coastal England, offers insight into how warblers and small passerines track monsoon, patterns across continents. Many warblers that breed in Europe, like the willow warbler, migrate through India on their African wintering grounds. Therefore, Isolde's observations on songbird migration yields data on wind patterns that also affect seabird flight. In other words, the same trade winds that guide warblers to India enable fulmars to skim coastal waters here. Dr. Finch nodded in approval. An elegant synthesis, Miss Groom. I suggest we bank that observation as we prepare to chart our next sighting." Eliza then guided the group to the cliff's lip, where they set up spotting scopes. The students rotated among stations. One group recorded gannet dive angles, another counted kestrel hover durations, and a third catalogued gull flight altitudes. Eliza traversed between them, offering insights drawn from her father's and Isolde's combined volumes, such as noting that a sudden rise in barometric pressure often signalled massful departure of gannets at dawn. By late afternoon, they gathered on a grassy overlook as the sky deepened to cerulean. A steady stream of herring gulls intruded along the horizon, their white wings marked by black wingtips. A pair of peregrine falcons streaked past, their silhouettes dark against the chalk cliffs, drawing gasps from the students. Eliza raised her field notebook once more, charting the peregrine's coordinates. Note how these falcons exploit the updrafts cast by the cliffs. They patrol the channel's edge, balancing the thermal gradients between land and sea. In our inland studies, my father documented similar falcon behaviour along river gorges. The pattern is consistent. Wherever there is a vertical wind gradient, raptors seize the opportunity. A student snapped her camera shutter, preserving the falcon's passage. Dr. Finch approached Eliza with a messenger's note. "Miss Groom, I received word from Lord Birdington that the Royal Society has awarded you and the Groom-Martin Scholarship its highest accolade. You will be presented with it during next month's symposium in Cambridge." Eliza's eyes glistened. Their recognition of our efforts. I am honoured, but the true tribute lies in these moments, where we observe birds as father and Isolde once did, unwittingly shaping their own legacies. As the sun drifted lower, the students packed their scopes and notebooks, their spirits alight with new-found understanding. Eliza, Hastings, and Dr. Finch lingered a moment, silent witnesses to the interplay of wind, water, and feather. It seems the marsh harriers have begun their return to upland territories, Dr. Finch observed, gazing northward. Their time here has ended, but in a few weeks new striations of migration will call them back. Eliza inhaled the sea-scented breeze. Yes, and as each season brings fresh currents, the cycles of return continue. Our role is to capture these cycles, record them, interpret them, and share them, so that future generations may steward the skies with wisdom and reverence. Hastings wrapped a hand around Eliza's, offering a warm smile. Your father and Isolde would be proud, Miss Groom. Their work lives on in you, and through these students it will echo toward infinity. The three turned their gaze to the horizon, where sea and sky blurred into silver, a convergence befitting the union of Groom and Martin's discoveries. As the cliff's shadows deepened, Eliza felt the weight of purpose settle lightly in her chest. With every raptor's cry, with every drifting gull, she recognized the living manifestation of her parents' legacy, and the promise of new horizons waiting to be charted. And so, as twilight fell upon the white cliffs, a new generation peered upward, their eyes tracing the endless arcs of wings against the sky, assured that as long as curiosity soared and devotion endured, the wind under the wings of discovery would never falter. Chapter 17. Storm on the Horizon. A week after the inaugural field expedition to Fen Reeds and the White Cliffs, a sea-borne breeze carried the promise of summer across Kent's rolling fields. Late June, sun glittered against the manor's leaded windows, as Eliza Groom rose before dawn, eager to continue the work her parents began. This morning, she would meet the first scholars funded by the Groom-Martin Scholarship, a group of 5 young ornithology students from Canterbury, each chosen for academic merit and an abiding passion for avian study. Eliza stepped onto the dew-damp cobblestones of the terrace, where Mrs. Pennington had arranged a small makeshift classroom. A folding wooden table, battered chairs, and a stack of field notebooks. She looked out toward the distant oaks, breathing deeply of rose and honeysuckle, remembering how her father paused here before long days of observation. Today, she would show these students how to design a long-term raptor survey in the marshlands. The aid method her father and Isolde had refined separately, now unified in her curriculum. Captain Hastings appeared, carrying a wicker basket brimming with field supplies, binoculars, clipboards, tags, and thermometers. Miss Groom, he greeted, the students shall arrive at first light. Dr. Finch has sent word she is delayed in Canterbury, but she urged me to tell you that this group is especially eager. I handed each a copy of your father's enhanced field reports, and they pored over your introductions until late last night. Eliza smiled, recalling the animated messages from her inbox. Excellent. Their enthusiasm will sustain this program in the years to come. Without fresh eyes and steady curiosity, even the best data can languish. Let us prepare the tables. I want each student to design a preliminary survey grid before we depart for Fen Reeds. Hastings set the basket on the table and began unpacking. Shall I fetch tea and biscuits for the students? A proper English breakfast to fortify them? Thank you, Hastings, Eliza nodded. Please do. I will ready the maps and writing materials. Within minutes the black phaeton rounded the gravel drive, depositing the 5 students, 3 men and 2 women, at the terrace. Each carried a satchel or canvas backpack bearing the Groom-Martin crest, a silver bird in flight encircled by laurels. They bowed politely as Eliza approached, sunlight glinting on their fresh faces. "Good morning," Eliza greeted warmly. "I am Eliza Groom. Welcome to Ravenswood Manor. Today marks not only the beginning of your scholarship journey, but also a continuation of two intertwined legacies. Your task? Design a raptor survey grid that builds on my father's and Isolde's methodologies. I expect each of you to propose sample sites, data points, and weather variables you consider essential. Do not hesitate to be ambitious. My parents believed that the scale of one's inquiry could match the breadth of the sky itself." The students exchanged enthusiastic glances as Hastings served steaming tea and fresh scones. Their notebooks opened to blank pages, ready for inscriptions that would shape a summer's work. "Shall we begin?" asked Daniel Whitaker, a lanky, young man whose keen eyes betrayed hours of poring over Map 5 of the Groom-Martin volume. "Miss Groom, would you suggest an initial species list to focus our survey?" Eliza produced a folded sheet, her father's handwriting still neat on the header. "Priority raptors and return conditions." She handed it to Daniel. "Here is a consolidated list of passage species: marsh harriers, buzzards, kestrels, peregrine falcons, and common kestrels. Additionally, note the return conditions column: wind direction, barometric pressure, and precipitation, that each lineage of our research identified as predictive of flight activity. Your grid should enable you to record these variables systematically." A second student, Lillian Frost, seated to Daniel's left, leaned forward, studying Eliza's list. "And should we align our sample points with your father's earlier grids, those at 5-kilometre intervals across the marsh, or adjust for modern land use?" Eliza's dark eyes flashed with approval. "Thoughtful question. Modern land use, such as the new farmland boundary to the east, necessitates adjustment. I suggest your grid incorporate both historical waypoints and current habitat shifts. Place primary stations at intervals no greater than 4 kilometres, focusing on vantage points with clear lines of sight. Include the Fenreed's blind area as a control point, as your father did, but be prepared to factor in the adjacent drainage ditches recently dug by the local farmers." A third student, Geoffrey Cole, pulled a folded topographical map from his backpack and spread it across the table. "Miss Groom, if we overlay digital elevation data onto these maps, perhaps using GIS software, we might refine the grid to reflect thermal updraft concentration areas." The original survey omitted these, but Isolde's notes mentioned that cliff-face thermals influenced inland raptor passage. Should we account for microthermal zones in the marsh? Eliza beamed. "Precisely, Mr. Cole. Isolde's studies of coastal songbird migration indeed documented microthermal effects. Utilize the GIS layers to weight your station selection. For instance, if a particular dune ridge produces steady updrafts, place a secondary observation point there. That way, you monitor raptors exploiting these microthermals as they transition from marsh to farmland." The students scribbled fervently as the discussion continued. Research design, survey frequency, early morning and late afternoon shift windows, recordable weather variables, wind speed, humidity, cloud cover, and the use of standardized data sheets to facilitate inter-observer consistency. Eliza circulated among them, offering guidance and clarifying ambiguities in her father's and Isolde's codings. As they planned, a swell of excitement settled upon the group. This was not a mere exercise, but an invitation to join a continuum, of discovery that had spanned continents. Our aim, Eliza concluded, is to compile of climatic upheaval. I will collate these into an appendix for next year's volume and distribute them to local wildlife trusts and conservation bodies. The group exhaled with relief and pride. A buzz of quiet elation filled the marsh as the scholars absorbed the significance of their accomplishments. Eliza stepped away from the table, savouring the breeze and the hush of distant reeds. The sun's rays had shifted to a warm gold, and above, a lone red kite circled, as though overseeing their triumph. "We have honoured 2 legacies," Eliza said softly to herself, though Hastings overheard and offered a gentle smile, understanding her private reverie. "Now, we must commit these insights to the world, so that Groom and Martin's collective spirit may guide us onward." 2 weeks later, Eliza found herself standing before the venerable spires of Cambridge University, where the Royal Society convened for its annual symposium. A hush of anticipation filled the grand hall, where scholars from across the country gathered to hear her address. On a raised dais sat Lord Birdington, resplendent in robes of office, flanked by Dr. Adelaide Finch and Professor Matthews. The audience, ornithologists, meteorologists, conservationists, awaited ready to receive the fruits of the Groom-Martin Scholarship's inaugural year. Eliza took a steadying breath as she approached the lectern, a single copy of the updated field reports propped before her. Above, a stained-glass window depicted a honey buzzard in flight, a fitting emblem for the confluence of wind and motion her parents so cherished. "My lords, ladies, and esteemed colleagues," she began, her voice resonant in the vaulted chamber, "it is an honour to present the findings of the first Groom-Martin scholars. Today, I stand before you as the custodian of 2 intertwined legacies, my father's and Dr. Isolde Martin's, whose combined work illuminates the intricate dance between raptor migration and the atmospheric forces that shape it. Our aim has been to integrate their foundational studies into a cohesive framework nearly a half-century in the making." A ripple of respectful acknowledgement spread through the audience. Eliza continued, summarizing the combined datasets: her father's wartime goose chase of raptors across Europe and Africa, Isolde's warbler and siskin surveys in India, and the first generation of scholarship students' contributions across fen reeds and coastal plateaus. She introduced interactive charts showing raptor altitude shifts against barometric drops, and GIS maps highlighting microthermal corridors. "When storms approach," Eliza explained, "peregrine falcons and kestrels ascend to higher altitudes, leveraging thermal gradients that I and my team have mapped with unprecedented precision. Marsh harriers, historically a subject of localized study, now reveal continent-spanning patterns when viewed through the prism of combined datasets. Our efforts have produced a predictive model accurate to 85% in forecasting raptor ascent and descent thresholds, an advance that would have eluded my father and Isolde had they not trusted in collaboration across hemispheres." A round of applause greeted this revelation, and Eliza felt her heart soar. She pressed on to outline the conservation recommendations her students had drafted, each accompanied by testimonials from local wildlife trusts committing to their implementation. The gallery lights dimmed briefly as a montage of marsh harrier, flights, peregrine stoops, and kestrel hovers played upon a screen, intercut with scenes of scholars, deploying weather sensors, and engaging community members in wetland restoration. In the coming year, Eliza declared, we aim to expand the Grummartin expedition through Europe and Asia, inviting young scholars to participate in data collection at sites once studied separately by my father and Isolde. We envisage a network of monitoring stations stretching from the Highlands of Scotland to the Western Ghats of India. Locations once dear to their solitary pursuits, now united in shared purpose. Through this network, we hope to track how climate change alters raptor migration routes, enabling us to safeguard critical habitats and inform policy at national and international levels. Lord Birdington rose to offer an immediate endorsement. Miss Groom, the Royal Society pledges full support for the Grummartin expedition, a program designed not just to chart the skies, but to preserve them. Your parents' combined legacy shall catalyze the next generation's stewardship of avian realms. As the hall erupted into applause, Eliza allowed herself a moment to absorb the culmination of decades of hidden hopes and unspoken bonds. She glanced upward at the stained glass, where the honey buzzard soared upon sunlit thermals, and felt a profound kinship, an understanding that the same winds guiding raptors northward held truths that transcended sentence and species. That evening, Eliza returned to Ravenswood Manor in a carriage trailing the rosy twilight. The great oak and its sapling gleamed in the dying light, symbolic of 2 generations now entwined. She disembarked and, guided by the flickering lantern's lining, the path made her way back to the library, her sanctuary since youth. Within the hushed, book-filled walls, the cabinet of birds stood empty of secrets, yet brimming with silent promise, a guardian to the journeys that lay ahead. Eliza paused before the mantel, where the locket and the silver plaque twined her father's and Isolde's legacies in delicate harmony. She placed a gentle hand on the cabinet's glass facade, as though paying silent homage to the wooden carvings now transformed from hiding places into sentinels of transparency. In the glow of the lamplight, she reflected upon the odyssey that had carried her from grief to purpose, the discovery of hidden journals, the confrontation of betrayal, the unearthing of a secret love, and the forging of a new chapter, one that would span continents and confront the pressing challenges of a changing world. At last, she sat at her father's writing desk, where countless hours had been spent composing love letters, field entries, and instructions for her. She opened a fresh page in her notebook, blank, yet humming with possibility, and wrote, "To those who follow in our wake, may these pages guide you, as the North Star guides the migratory hawk. In the winds of change, remember that knowledge shared is knowledge sustained, and that love, though hidden in the shadows, may yet blaze in the brightest dawn." She paused, pen hovering, and allowed the moment to settle upon her. The hush of the library hearkened to a deeper silence, the quiet of contentment, of purpose realized, and of hope unbound. Outside, the night deepened, and a single red kite called from the treetops, its cry a clarion for all who would watch and learn. Eliza closed her notebook, whispered a silent vow to honor her parents' memory, and extinguished the lamp, leaving behind latent light for the curious souls who would enter Ravenwood's library in years to come. In the hush that followed, the cabinet of birds, the open journals, and the locket above the mantel stood as guardians of a truth fiercely protected, newly shared, and destined to soar on wings of discovery, forever aloft in the ceaseless currents of the sky. Data set robust enough to detect both daily and seasonal variations in raptor migration. By the end of the summer, you will deliver a report akin to absent collation. Wheels of data ready to be cabled to scholarly repositories. Remember, the groom Martin, scholarship is not only a stipend, it is an obligation to gather truth and to share it freely. With that, the phaeton waited. Under Eliza's careful direction, the students loaded equipment, spotting scopes, portable weather stations, calipers, for measuring wing chord, leg bands, and data loggers. Hastings steered while Eliza occupied the rear seat, surveying their eager faces as they trundled toward Fen Reeds. By mid-morning, the students and Eliza reached the marsh's observation blind, a weathered wooden structure featuring panoramic sightlines. They disembarked, quickly unpacking scopes and positioning them on tripods. The marsh's stillness belied the bustle of life beneath its surface, where water voles scampered and reed warblers flitted among the sedge. Above, a pale sky hinted at a rising thermal, though a bank of grey clouds gathered in the west, a ominous harbinger of weather to come. Eliza selected a central station near a reedy island. Station 1, Pelagic Platform. Designate one observer to focus on broad sweeps of the marsh, buzzard and harrier counts. Another to watch the east side, where lingering gulls may provide prey cues for passing marsh harriers. Remember, to record every sighting with precise GPS coordinates and direct range estimates, and note barometric readings at half-hour intervals. The students nodded, splitting into pairs. Each took a station, their heads swivelling with binoculars as they scanned for movement. Eliza turned to the western sky. A line of scudding cirrus clouds touched the horizon, imperceptibly moving eastward. She consulted her pocket barometer. Mercury, dropping rapidly by 1/3 of an inch over the past hour. Storm soon will be. Here, keep vigilant. If raptors increase altitude or circle, record altitude estimates to correlate with storm front approach. A distant raptor cry pierced the stillness. A peregrine falcon, a dark slash against drifting clouds, plunged toward a startled snipe, talons extended. Daniel's voice, crackling through the wind, reported, "One peregrine falcon, bearing northwest to southeast, altitude approximately 200 meters. Engaged in hunting flight, dives at regular intervals." Eliza made her own entry. Tempt 23 AM. Peregrine falcon, Falco peregrinus, hunting flight, low barometer, Tulsin B. Wind WNW 14 kts, gust by nature of approaching front. Note increased stoops as wind gusts exceeded 18 kt. She lowered her binoculars as the first fat drops of rain spattered the blind's narrow window. A rainbank is moving in swiftly. The gust front from the west won't bring a major gale, but enough turbulence to force raptors higher. Watch for thermal tracking at higher altitudes, just above our observation limit. I suggest logging pairs, ascending beyond 300 meters before descending below cloud base. Lillian Frost pressed her binoculars against her eyes. "Miss Groom, I see 4 marsh harriers at high altitude, above the cloud base, at least 350 meters. They appear to be circling tighter than usual, as though anticipating updraft loss." Eliza's notepad recorded 10:35 AM, marsh harriers, Circus aeruginosus. 4 individuals circling high, 350 plus M. Barometer falling to 1008 millib. Note increase in circling tightness. As the rain intensified, the blind's narrow opening provided scant shelter. Eliza's hair darkened at the nape, and Hastings pulled a waxed canvas tarp from his phaeton trunk, draping it over the blind's roof. "This will fend off the rain for the moment," he called over the drizzle. "But I advise relocating to higher ground soon, unless you wish to observe raptors in precipitation." Eliza acknowledged with a curt nod. "Understood. Marsh harriers will likely drop if the rain persists. They hunt low over open water, seeking amphibians and small rodents. Let us watch for their transition to hunting flight below 50 meters, where they will reappear once the gust front passes." The students huddled under the tarp, equipment at the ready. The storm's roar grew as wind shifted toward the north. Eliza stood, her silhouette framed by the narrow blind window as she scanned the white-grey horizon. Suddenly, a screech split the wind. A lone kestrel, buffeted by crosswinds, darted southward, its flight erratic yet resolute. Eliza raised her voice. "Record a single kestrel, Falco tinunculus, north to south, heavy wing beats, altitude roughly 75 meters. Flight, bearing somewhat direct despite severe turbulence. Note barometric reading at 1006 MB, a drop of 4 millibars in 15 minutes. An undercurrent of excitement ran through the students. Despite the storm, the raptors had not retreated. Rather, they soared into its heart, exhibiting the resilience her father and Isolde had documented so keenly. As the wind gusted through the reeds, Eliza felt a surge of triumph. Her parents' data webbed itself to this moment, proof that their methods held under any conditions. Hastings at Eliza's side observed her beneath the sheltered overhang. "Remarkable," he murmured. "Your father wrote that raptors' vertical movements deepen under pressure gradients. That is the living proof." Eliza's blue eyes glinted as she recorded, Freight 8, AM, Kestrel flight under storm front. Resilience through turbulence, potential adaptation to mesocyclonic vortices. She closed her notebook and looked upon the students, wet but exhilarated. "Well done, all. We have precisely the data we need to correlate raptor flight altitudes with rapid barometric drops. Let us move quickly to higher ground, update our records, and then review in the Manners Library. The storm will pass in an hour, offering improved conditions for afternoon observations." They reconvened at Ravenswood's library by midday, the floorboards still cool beneath their wet boots. Mrs. Pennington had laid out dry towels and hot tea, and the students seated themselves at the large oak table, gingerly unwrapping Field. Notebooks. The appreciative glow of the hearth contrasted with the storm's earlier chill. Eliza took her seat opposite them, steaming tea in hand. "Let us review our morning entries. Daniel, would you kindly summarize the Peregrine's hunting flight data? We shall compare wind speeds at times T1 through T3 and gauge dive frequency." Daniel cleared his throat. "Certainly, Miss Groom. T1, wind WNW 14 kts, barometer 1010 MB, dive frequency 3 per minute. T2, wind NW 18 kts, barometer 1008 MB, dive frequency 5 per minute. T3, wind NNW 22 kts, barometer 1006 MB, dive frequency 7 per minute. The direct correlation supports father's assertion that dive frequency increases approximately linearly with wind speed above 15 kts. Eliza nodded, jotting this down in her own detailed codex. Excellent! Now, Lillian, your Marsh Harrier observations. How did their altitude shifts correspond to barometric change? Lillian consulted her sheet. At 10:10 a.m., barometer was 10 to 10 MB, altitude at 150 meters. By 10:25 a.m., barometer dropped to 1008 MB, altitude rose to 280 meters. At 10:35 a.m., barometer read 1006 MB, altitude soared beyond 350 meters. Consistent with our preliminary hypothesis, Harriers seek higher thermals to gain lift when low-level winds intensify. Eliza smiled, recalling that her father's notebooks used similar phrasing. Superb, Miss Frost. We shall incorporate these findings into our summer report. Now, Geoffrey, what of your gull and kestrel cross-index data? Geoffrey cleared his throat. Gulls, primarily herring gulls, retreated to lower altitudes once wind exceeded 16 kT, whereas kestrels maintained flight up to 25 kts. This suggests kestrels' physiological adaptations to higher gust resilience, consistent with the 1916 observations by Isolde. Eliza stood and paced before the group. Thus, we confirm that raptors, particularly kestrels and harriers, utilize high-altitude thermals despite storm conditions, while gulls shift low-level strategies. This indicates a partitioning of ecological niches during extreme weather. These data strengthen the argument for climate change impact studies, as storm patterns shift in frequency and intensity. Our next step: document post-storm behavior once the winds settle. The students nodded, scribbling fresh notes. Eliza turned to Hastings and Dr. Finch, who arrived with additional tea, her expression resolute. I propose that by tomorrow morning we return to Fenreed's to record post-frontal raptor descents. Hastings, would you organize the phaeton? And Dr. Finch, could you help direct the students in mapping this morning's data onto our GIS layers for predictive modelling? Dr. Finch's eyes sparkled with professional fervour. Of course, I shall instruct them immediately on layering this morning's observations onto digital elevation and windrose overlays to forecast tomorrow's likely decoupling altitudes. This will form the foundation of a region-wide forecasting model, enabling us to predict raptor passage under incipient storms. Eliza nodded. Precisely. If we can publish these models alongside Father's and Isolde's existing datasets, we will provide an invaluable resource for conservationists and fellow researchers. It is our responsibility to extend the scope of their work into real-world applications. As Dr. Finch convened the students around the library's large drafting table, Eliza sank into a chair, letting the warmth of the fire seep into her bones. Hastings seated himself beside her, setting a steaming cup on the wooden armrest. Miss Groom, Hastings began, you have turned our Finch expedition into a research powerhouse, just as your father and Isolde would have. But tell me, do you ever feel overwhelmed by the weight of this combined legacy? Eliza sipped her tea, gazing into the flickering flames. Sometimes, Hastings. The scope of their work is vast, spanning continents, climates, and species. Yet, whenever I feel that weight, I recall the first page of this field report, where my father wrote, "Observe with humility, record with clarity, and share without reservation." That guidance sustains me, and knowing that Isolde's spirit persists in these datasets gives me courage. Hastings placed a reassuring hand atop hers. You carry them well, Eliza. and as you spread their work, their spirit spreads with you." Eliza exhaled, a slow smile brightening her features. Yes, it is time to let their combined legacy take wing. Beyond Ravenswood, beyond Fen Reeds, and beyond these white cliffs. Our next chapter will be to present our storm-hemmed observations to the Royal Society, proving that raptor migration is not merely a natural wonder, but a harbinger of ecological shifts. And perhaps in time we can honour their memory by establishing an annual Groom-Martin expedition, inspiring young scholars across the globe. Hastings inclined his head admiringly. "A splendid idea. Your father and Isolde would have bestowed their blessing. After all, their work was an invitation to think globally while observing locally." Eliza rose, resolute. "Then, tomorrow, we return to Fen Reeds. Tonight, I will compile these morning's findings, refine our models with Dr. Finch's help, and finalize our expedition plans. Soon, we will chat with the Royal Society in Cambridge, sharing data that links marsh harriers, peregrines, kestrels, and gulls to global storm patterns. Through that, we honour my father and Isolde by applying their observations to pressing environmental concerns." She turned toward the hearth, where the carved birds of the cabinet glowed in the firelight. Each wooden figure, magpie, pheasant, owl, lark, and hawk, stood sentinel, a silent choir to the dance of data unfolding beneath their watch. Eliza placed her hand on the cabinet's glass, whispering, "Father, Isolde, your legacy no longer rests in secrecy. We will guide it into the storm, so it may illuminate the path for all who care for these skies." As night deepened outside, and the storm's memory lingered in every gust and ripple, Eliza felt a renewed sense of purpose. Tomorrow's sunrise would find her once more at Fen Reeds, where wind and wing would mingle, and where her voice, echoing the voices of both, Groom and Martin, would carry the chorus of discovery onward. In that knowledge she found her centre, not bound by the weight of legacy, but uplifted by it, ready to let her parents' truth guide the world through every storm that lay ahead. Chapter 18. Wings at Rest, Spirits Aloft. A golden haze fell across the fields of Ravenswood Manor as the sun prepared to set on the 18th and final chapter of this season's journey. It was early July, and the late summer heat hung thick over the meadows. Yet the old oaks provided a cool, dappled shade, beneath which Eliza Groom now stood. Her gaze swept the familiar sight of the marsh reeds in the distance, where the final accents of Raptor Passage whispered themselves against the rippling waters. Today she would convene one last field meeting with the Groom-Martin scholars, who had spent the previous weeks immersing themselves in the art of avian observation. As the culmination of two intertwined legacies, of her father, Reginald Groom, and his beloved Isolde Martin, she sought to guide them not merely to record numbers, but to feel in their very bones the rhythms of seasonal flight. Eliza stepped onto the narrow wooden platform overlooking the central reed bed, where her field notebooks and maps lay strewn across a folding table. A gentle breeze stirred the long grasses, and for a moment the marsh seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of her address. She turned to face 5 young scholars, 3 women, 2 men, each clutching a freshly pressed copy of The Field, reports on raptor migration and companion studies, each bearing in their eyes the same spark of inquiry that had driven her parents decades ago. "Good afternoon," Eliza began, her voice carrying easily over the Marsh's quiet. "You have laboured week upon week to gather the data that will form the backbone of these volumes' next edition, and now but one more task remains. Today we shall reflect on everything you have learned, and then release our joint findings into the wider world. The care with which you have approached each survey point, measuring wind speeds at 20-knot thresholds, tracking peregrine stoops under storm fronts, mapping the Marsh Harrier's stoic resilience, has honoured both my father's precision and Isolde's pioneering spirit. I trust you have found, as I have, that the skies speak a language of continuity, that each raptor's descent or ascent echoes a story first penned in these manuscripts. A hush fell over the marsh as each student nodded, mindful of the moment's gravity. Among them, Daniel Whitaker, now slender with 2 weeks of outdoor vigils, spoke first. "Miss Groom, I have always loved the thrill of the chase, tracking movements from a distance. But this expedition taught me that patience is just as essential. When I recorded the rise in peregrine dive frequency during the storm front, I realized that the storm's turbulence isn't merely an obstacle, but an integral element of their flight behavior. Without understanding that, we could never hope to predict migration trends accurately." Eliza smiled, her heart warmed. "Excellent, Daniel. Your observation exemplifies my father's maxim. The turbulence of nature is the pulse of discovery. Each one of you has grasped this truth, and today we will distill these insights into recommendations for both conservation and further research. But first, let us review our survey findings at a glance." Hastings, ever his supportive self, unfurled a large map of the region upon the table. It bore coloured splotches denoting station points, red for peregrine sightings, green for marsh, Harrier altitude climbs, blue for kestrel stoops, and yellow for gull foraging overlaps. "Here," he said, pointing toward a cluster of red dots at the eastern marsh boundary, "we note peregrine concentrations during the storm front passage of June 25th. As data correlate, wind speeds of 18 to 22 knots corresponded to increased stoop frequency. This zone could be designated a priority monitoring area during late summer storms." A young scholar, Miriam Patel, her notebook bristling with edge notes, leaned forward. "I mapped my microthermal stations onto digital elevation contours. I found that in locales where elevation changes exceeded 10 meters over a half-kilometer stretch, Harriers gained nearly 40% more altitude." Dr. Finch suggested that future surveys include topographical granularity when selecting station sites. Eliza nodded. "You're correct, Miriam. Isolde's notes on microthermal pursuit among coastal songbirds first directed us to correlate elevation changes with wind vectors. Now, you have quantified that relationship for Harriers. Such granular data will enrich our predictive models, making them all the more robust." A second scholar, Thomas Reed, raised his hand. "Miss Groom, I observed that despite the storm's onslaught, kestrels maintained flight altitudes above 250 meters until precipitation began. This suggests a threshold pressure point, roughly 2 millibars below normal, beyond which kestrels switch to low-altitude hunting. Is stray precipitation the trigger, or do kestrels detect changes in air density first?" Eliza tapped his notebook. "A perceptive question, Thomas. My father's wartime field notes hypothesized that raptors sense barometric changes before they are perceptible to our instruments. If kestrels detect increased moisture in the air, or a shift in relative humidity, they may descend to conserve energy. Yet to confirm, we must pair our data with humidity sensors at varied altitudes. I propose we integrate relative humidity as a key variable in our ongoing models. As the scholars debated, Eliza drank in their dedication, so reminiscent of her father's early enthusiasm and Isolde's meticulous curiosity. In that moment, the marsh did not seem to stretch before her as endless reeds, but as a living library of data, each stalk a page in an evolving narrative of flight and survival. "Now," she said, rising to address them, "we transition from observation to application, our final exercise. Draft a set of conservation recommendations aimed at mitigating the impacts of increasing storm frequency on raptor populations. Consider the breeding grounds, nest sites, and prey availability disrupted by extreme weather, events that you have observed or recorded. Use the data you've gathered, and remember that every recommendation we craft should honor the spirits of Groom and Martin, whose work sought not only to describe, but to preserve." The scholars bent over their notebooks. Discussions rippled like small waves through the group as they composed proposals. Eliza strolled among them, offering quiet encouragement. A nod here, a whispered suggestion there. Hastings stood back, admiring her composure, ever proud of the legacy she upheld. At last, the scholars emerged with their draft recommendations. Each proposal bore the hallmarks of interdisciplinary thought. Daniel's plan included installing windbreak structures near vulnerable cliff nests. Miriam suggested creating microthermal reserves, open, elevated perches free from agricultural encroachment. Thomas argued for climate-adjusted breeding site surveys. Sarah Ellison advocated for community-led wetland restoration to secure marsh harrier prey sources, and Michael Howe proposed protected flight corridors through agricultural expanses, mapping them according to thermal patterns. Eliza read each aloud, nodding as the students responded to one another's points. "These are excellent," she declared when they concluded. "The culmination of your summer's work. Actionable guidelines that, if implemented, could safeguard raptors in the face."